defensive side might be more comfortable for Overt, but nevertheless, you don't want to be 2 rounds down as you head into it, and it doesn't look like they're going to give Rhythm the opportunity. Bit by bit, they're taking this round for their own. With only 2 players remaining between 4 Overt members, this is surely undoable.
Yeah, and Overt have really now established a lot of control. They've got demand advantage. It's difficult to see where Leb and Avax could bring this one back. Main control. Elements are able to still now track the Avax. Minute left on the clock. Only a 1-man advantage now, but still, this is a position where Overt should be capitalizing from. The only downside is Twent and Elements both low on health. See if they're able to push in and capture these kills.
45 seconds, jeez. This round is actually taking its time. I thought that we were already down to the wire, but not even close. They can sit back now. Again, no smoke baits for Novavax.
Well, they've stalled out a little bit here, and that's actually have now allowed Novavax, because of this stall, he's now found 2 picks in 1v1 scenarios.
This is quite dangerous. This is really dangerous. Novavax might start to pop off here, and if they're not dealt with properly, my God, what is going on? Sawyer,
your turn.
Isn't it just 1v2, isolate your fights and try to take that, not by flashing yourself, especially with the new update. That is not what you want to be seeing, but he will be able to make his way in behind bar. 2 players to find. He can't even find one at the moment. He'll be given a freebie, and very quickly will he be shut down. That was very close in the end, but that is going to be a 4-2 half for Rhythm. But as we look forward, Xenox, we are going to Aviator Games, and it is Overt now on their defense.
Yeah, and as I was saying before, this is where we can gauge Overt a little bit more and get to see whether or not this is maybe going to be a defender-sided Villa, if they're going to keep it rather contained on site, make it difficult for Rhythm to sort of break them down, or maybe Overt could end up playing a little bit like the Chiefs in the last game on Villa, where they do extend out a bit more, where they do have a bit of that sort of heavy roam style about them. And Overt's probably the kind of team that I think would still actually just take the game on, try and get in the face of Rhythm, be aggressive, try and find those kills early, get that 1, maybe 2-man advantage, and then go back to side.
Alrighty, let's have a look at the approach now, whether we will see similar from Overt or not. It's really just going to come down to a matter of time, Xenox, and this is the fill part. Look at Edpan go for it. Surely, oh God, I would have loved that 3 times in a row. We would have seen that run out from the in the starting round of the defense. But this is a really good extension from Overt. At the very least, it's going to burn some time for Rhythm as they start to approach. Oh, that's dangerous.
It actually can happen here. Elements is in position, so you can obviously see that they've got vision of it. So if Elements does get the call, he can make that run out.
There it is again. Kind of feels like maybe he doesn't have the info on whether there is someone in there or not, but he's certainly got the information there's someone outside of the window. He's been spotted, and as such, just fall away to a little bit more safety. This is really good from Overt. Look at the time that they're already burning. They're coming down to the minute mark. They're starting to burn through some of those drones. Again, they've only shot 2 of them, I think it is. But nonetheless, it's kind of stalling Rhythm out here.
Yeah, and that black guy as well, it's not so much also for the run out, but also even towards the mid portion of the game now. So at some point, Elements can then fall away from there, which I think he already has. And now he doesn't have to worry about that position, anyone coming from behind him, because they've got that vision courtesy of the Valkyrie. So I think Overt right now are playing it kind of like that ladder portion that I said, where, you know, they play it out a little bit aggressive, get into the phase of Rhythm, get into those sort of aggressive positions. So they push out towards like Stat Trophy for a little bit, then you fall back. Minute and a half, haven't lost anyone, wasted a bit of time. Now Rhythm, as the attackers, have to slowly start sort of unraveling the site, but they've just got less time to do so.
Minute 30 that Overt have burnt, so I'd say mission accomplished there. They've been able to fall away with enough time to find themselves in some safety. That deployable shield is super dangerous on top. That gives you so much kind of extra area to play from. Those, for my magnets, are
and
going
the ADSs.
to be a nuisance. And the ADSs as well, Xenox. Ew.
Yeah, and the mute jammer.
Oh God! Oh man, you are not getting through games. There is no chance.
Well, that's a pretty clear little condition here for Avert. They're putting heavy emphasis on making sure that you're not going to be able to get into Aviator at all.
What?
And it also means that it's going to be a lot of utility expended on this one position, makes it very one-dimensional. Even if Rhythm don't want to be one-dimensional, they're going to end up having to be so. And Avert, this is basically playing into their hands.
I have no clue how that nade made it through them. 3 ADSs, I think my magnets must have been gone, but maybe it was just on the outside. Look at this from Novaix, trying to open something up, but it's a good trade from AFX, but goodness me, trades all around. It's Overt coming out on top, but maybe Drex, maybe he could make this work. That is an unbelievable C4 from Edpan. Hook, line, and sinker, AFX. You can try, you may, but Avert have taken their first round on the defensive half.
Yeah, and they looked very good while doing it as well. I mean, they did everything there basically perfectly. Wasted time at the start. They were eager to see if they could maybe get a bit of a run out with that black guy and get a bit of information. They fell off at the perfect time, didn't overcommit by staying around that trophy stat area, fell back to site, and then obviously they already had that big setup inside of Aviator, made it very difficult for Rhythm, and in the end, Rhythm are just trying, they're like 5 people trying to fit through a doorway. It's just never going to happen. So Rhythm's attack basically ended up becoming too one-dimensional, courtesy of the way that Avert ended up playing that round. Full credit, makes it 3 versus 4, and you know this game is by all means not over at all.
I found that super interesting about where they had those ADSs. I genuinely thought they might have had an ADS across towards Stat and Troph to try and support those players hiding there, but the fact that they had all 3 there, I mean, that in itself could have just been the round done and dusted if they'd been able to do their job on those nades that were sent in. Not to be, and that's fine. And we'll see how Overt continue to kind of approach this. I would, you know, I'm going to hedge my bets and just say that we're probably going to see that that extension quite similar across toward the southern side of the map that will enable a bit of a time burn there. You can see it's Cairo that might try to do so, and Elements dropping those mute jammers are just going to buy them so much more time when Rhythms start to approach. But I guess the problem is as well, Xenox, they can just negate this side of the map and all that utility goes for nothing.
Yeah, they can, but I still like what I'm seeing from Avert because it just means that they're extending out a little bit more. They're getting in the face of Rhythm. They're being aggressive with what they're doing on the defense. They're not just, you know, bunkering down and waiting for Rhythm to push on them. Yeah, you're right. If you obviously don't come from the south side, then, yeah, you're going to lose a little bit of your utility. But it's not like they're committing that much anyway. And then the little bit of utility that they are committing can get them information, and it can also help them out. You see Edpen roaming down below inside of Dining at the moment too. So Avert playing this very differently to the way that Rhythm were when they were on the defense.
Oh, that's an early pick from Sawyer. You'd be very happy with that one. Rhythm looking to find their way in. I believe that... Oh, no. Edpen! Oh, the timing... It just doesn't pay off there. Regardless, though, just continue to fall back. You're just buying so much time. Rhythm are down to 6 drones, and X is trying to make something happen, but they just cannot do enough.
Wow.
They're getting absolutely slapped. Everybody corner they go to. Before you blink, it's over, Xenox.
We didn't even end up seeing Stat Trophy. We just see Edpen down below and Dining pick up, what was that, 3 in the round?
Yeah.
Oh, that was marvelous. Yeah, Rhythm just got completely undone there, and suddenly all the pressure now is on the side of Rhythm, right? Yeah. Because Avert's defense is already proving, I think, to be tactically better than Rhythm's defense, and they only had a 4-2 half, right? So if Avert continue to play like this, if this becomes the norm, then they actually could very well run away with this game, 7-4, 7-5 kind of territory. And it's easy to sit back and say, well, Xenox, it's only been 2 rounds. But look at this, Rhythm already taking a tactical timeout, and it's the way that Avert have been playing. We're not just talking about scrappy little, you know, it's a 1v1, it's a 50-50 coin flip. Like, no, they are kind of taking a bit of a, you know, something on Rhythm.
This tactical timeout has been called by the coach. Now, it's probably worth mentioning. I'm sure you might have mentioned it last night, and if not, maybe people know, but you can now call a timeout as a captain or as a coach, which is pretty significant because prior to this, it was only coaches that could call that one tack throughout the entirety of the map. Which, you know, if you're not in the trenches, I know the coaches are listening. You know, they're active in terms of what's happening, but it would be very hard to know whether to call that or not. You know, and trying to find the right time to do so. Yeah. I think this has to be it, right? We've seen how many times this has been impactful, having a tack timeout. It's come right smack bang on the 11th hour.
I 100% agree with the timing of this tactical timeout for a couple of reasons. Firstly, it's 4-4, right? So you don't want to take it too late. You also don't want to take it too early. We're at that position of the game there. Now where, you know, 2 wins and suddenly you've got match point. The other part of it, the other equation, is the fact that Avert have now won 3 of the last 4 rounds. So there's also momentum that is now on the side of Avert. You're going to obviously want to try and stall that out. And on top of that, you want to try and figure out, hey, what's going on? We know we're going to Kitchen Dining next because we've just lost AVG and we've lost that trophy. So we've also got a site-specific point that we know where we're going to. So there's like almost 3-4 points in there, Rob. That's the perfect time to take it. Hopefully they can actually adjust now Rhythm off the back of that because their attacks have looked a little bewildering at times.
Yeah, time to capitalize. Time to show us what you're made of. And, you know, no better time than now, especially with the site that we're approaching to for Overt. Just, you know, I don't know what the stats are, so I'm not just going to go making an outlandish claim, but this is generally the site that we see the least success on in terms of my recollection. So it's a good opportunity here for Rhythm to bounce back and kind of shut down Overt. As a little bit of contact coming through from Art. Again, Overt not afraid to show face. And this would be incredibly frustrating for Rhythm, knowing that you really can't enter the map on any single side of the building without being contested.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem like it's a lot, but even just being annoying around that main entrance area and buying time, it doesn't have to be much. It also means that Rhythm have to play the guessing game a little earlier than they would have liked. You can't just walk into the map. You can't just walk around here free of charge. It just means that by the time Rhythm actually get towards the Kitchen Dining area, there's maybe only a minute left on the clock, maybe even only sort of, you know, seconds. And that's obviously going to then be a win for Avert. Of course, the way that Kitchen Dining is, though, there are quick avenues onto site, but then Avert are going to be ready for that sort of rush on site if that does eventuate. Sawyer, I mean, this pretty much embodies everything. He can see at least already Novax and Ghoul. He may have even seen AFX earlier.
Yeah, it's such a dangerous site to have the pulse on as well, especially with the vertical presence that you kind of need as the attacking side. Now, I'm going to hedge a bet. Oh my god, 5 C4s.
He's going to swing that.
5 C4s on Avert. That is going to be absolutely outrageous if Rhythm decide to go above. If not, they're just going to have to play for those last-minute plants.
Rhythm, though, do find the opening pick onto Twent. Minute left, as I sort of touched on before. This is about the time where you expect Rhythm to start to get a little bit more site control, or at least close by to it, and that man advantage certainly is going to help the equation. Sawyer on the pulse, he's got that nice result out of all of them. His is probably the most important because he can obviously play off of the heartbeat that he can see. Now, I think he already scanned AFX before. That's going to be another E1D. This is going to be the push.
Yeah, it certainly is. Drex has tried to open things up, and he's being successful in doing so. Sawyer tucked away in the corner. Can he find more than one? No. It's very quick trades, but Rhythm are coming out on top. Elements now has the diffuser in hand. He's in a dangerous position, but he's got no clue where Leb is. This would be an unbelievable nade if it hits. Elements, get out of there, just makes it away in time. But surely he gets caught on the rotate, which he does. Leb secures it for Rhythm, and a much-needed round for them to bounce back on in this second half.
They would have lost this game had they lost that round. I will say it. That would have been 4 out of 5 rounds lost. That would have been 3 in a row to Avert. That would have been 5-4 to Avert. All of those sort of circumstances going in the way of Avert. Rhythm would have already taken their tactical timeout. That was a must-win round, and it came down to a 1 versus 1, and I think it says everything about the way this game going. I love the little positioning there of Sawyer. I think he's actually a little bit unlucky. I think he should have been able to get 2 from that spot, get the first one, then swing and kill, but obviously was already looking towards Sawyer. But really well played again from Avert, but fortunately this time for Rhythm, they were able to counter. Most importantly, I think it ended up just being the fact they got that opening pick. That opened things up. You got that man advantage, and when it comes down to being on site and those trades are going out and it's go time, it ended up being, I think, a 3 versus 4 when Rhythm finally pushed in, and they were able to capitalize off that man advantage.
I think what's so funny is generally when you see the kitchen defense, you know, most defenses will kind of extend above and try to hold the vert for as long as they can and then fall back. And it's a bit of a mini game in terms of rhythm, or let's just say in terms of the especially when you do have someone like Leb on the sledge, you'd want to be getting that to use and trying to displace those anchor positions behind, let's just say, what's it called, Tetris? It's been that long since I've actually cast a game, but you know, you want to be trying to displace those members from Tetris and in Kitchen, even in China, which you can't really do without that vert. But the fact that Rhythm just went straight through horizontally, I think caught Overt off. They had 5 damn C4s. That, to me, makes me think they're going to be playing for that game like, go ahead, it's going to be a hot plate on top. And if you're willing to risk it, go for it, because it's so dangerous. It's such a dangerous dance that you have to do. But right now, Rhythm, I'm feeling pretty confident about this. If they can walk away with this round as well, that really just shows us what they're able to do in terms of their own resilience. Oh! No.
This could be a bit of a classic match between these two teams. Man advantage now for Avert. One thing I wanted to touch on as well was Edpan. He's playing the Capcan this round. Set up those booby traps, make it hard for Rhythm to really push onto site. By the time they get to that site, may have taken some damage along the way. You can see Avert this time have changed the approach a little bit, Rob. They've actually gone for a bit more of a huddle onto the site, but they've set up those sort of, you know, booby traps off site. They're still able to, of course, deny once Rhythm do get close to the site through the gas babes as well, and you've got the ADS and you've got the Wamai disc, so it's very much a sort of sit on site. Hopefully they trigger a few booby traps along the way, and then we win the fights. They also got that 1 kill. This is perfectly playing out for Avert.
Yeah, and the fact that Ghouls bought the IQ is kind of like the perfect counter to what Overt are doing. A heavy util setup, knowing what is in front of you. That is literally everything that you could ask for, and Ghoul has done an incredible job of kind of opening that up. It was unfortunate that Rhythm lost that player so early on because they couldn't do a damn thing about it. And just like that, you know, you click your fingers, and Rhythm have kind of dismantled that little area in and around games as they start to approach that minute mark. I think they're doing the right things. They're taking the right steps, but it's just going to be about how big of a difference this man count's going to make.
Yeah, and especially when you compare it to the last round where Rhythm actually had the one-man advantage, and you could see it as an attacking team pushing in, you can afford to lose one to then get one. They can't really do that now. If someone from Rhythm pushes onto site, they then go down to 5-3. Even if they've got that body system where you get the trade off of it, you basically can't really bait your teammates anymore. You need to try and create those 1v1 scenarios. Sawyer with a quick double, though, in the kill feed, and that's the round. It could even be a flawless. Indeed, it will be. Well, that was pretty quick in the end.
You know, when it does come time to the end of this stage, let's just say, it could well be a situation where we're seeing it actually be so tightly contested once more. I think if we remember it, God, way back to the end of 2020 or even the start of 2021 with how close the leagues were, you know, really was unfortunate for Wildcard, the start that they had with Silex in the roster. Not a dig at Silex at all, it's just impossible to play with a coach that hasn't been actively playing for a long time. But, you know, it was kind of like Rhythm were looking pretty good, you know, three wins for them on the board, and they were looking pretty dangerous. And I think that, you know, they may be able to get back to that form, and it is going to mean teams like Knights, for example, Xenox, let them in, you know, because I think that's what we're talking about is the quote-unquote gatekeepers kind of open that door for them, and this is the stage to do it.
5-5, 11th round. One of my favorite sort of moments in Siege, Rob, where it's whoever wins this gets match point. Can they then capitalize and win it out? I will say this, the curse of Rhythm and 7-5s is still on play here for Avert to win the next 2 rounds. And yesterday was pretty heartbreaking for Rhythm to lose out to Bliss 7-5. After putting in a very good performance. This would also be pretty heartbreaking, even though Avert's a team closer to sort of their level. It's less kind of like, you know, the underdog just falls short. It's more like two evenly teams that are matched. But still, Rhythm have got a history of falling short at the final hurdle. Can they get over it in this match?
You hope so. You can see there, our wonderful Flores now finally being shown. I feel like this is the first time tonight we've actually seen the impact of the Roteros. It's been few and far between, to be fair, and from an operator that saw so much play in Stage 2, that is unreal. That's going to deal with the deployable shield and any utility on that front side of Trophy. Rhythm are starting to look pretty good for this attack with a minute 10 left on the clock.
It's a matter of who does this really suit right now. Probably Avert. I mean, Sawyer inside of Astro hasn't been cleared, but now gives away his position. Never mind, that was, of course, just the Gemini from AFX, and that does mean that Sawyer's position inside of Astro could be tenuous here. 50 seconds left. EE1D goes out. Even though they know he's in there, Rob, he still gets the kill onto AFX.
That's so gnarly as well. A clean headshot as he backs away behind the desk, and now he can just sit there and continue to, you know, play for the spoils, because that's what it's going to be at the end of the day. He can continue to waste his time, and he's doing so perfectly. Sawyer is lining them up one by one. Rhythm can't seem to deal with it, and 20 seconds left on the clock. Overt's going to match point. Ooh.
Should still happen, despite a little bit of a last stand here from Ghoul. 1 versus 3, absolutely no time either. Inside of Master Bedroom, has the player inside a shield as well to deal with. Averter on match point. They are now 1 round away, Rob, from getting their first OCN victory.
It's time to get underway with our 12th round. The ultimate decision for Overt. Are they going to walk away with the 3 points, or are they going to give Rhythm an opportunity to get back?
Yeah, it's a precious staked round, isn't it? Head down to Kitchen Dining. Match point for Overt. Can they get all 3? For Rhythm, though, that little technical timeout, which of course was Twent, so for Avert, it ended up actually helping Rhythm, is really going to help them out. That was a nice little break. They can sit back, they can discuss what they need to do here, and they only need to win the one round. So you win this round, you at least get 1 point, which ties their Stage 2 performance. And from there, you can, of course, bring things back in OT. You got a couple of rounds up your belt. So it's do or die. 12th round, Avert, can they close it out?
The big question. Last time we saw Rhythm approach this site, they really didn't put too much emphasis on the vertical play. And once more, Avert have brought an abundance of C4s. There's actually 4 C4s, not 5 C4s. Don't know what's going on with the HUD there, but there is certainly only 4 on the board with 2 impacts on Cairo. But I do like seeing the cap can. It can be quite a nuisance if you're just, you know, all it takes is for you to not do your due diligence. However, seeing that IQ makes me think Rhythm are actually going to walk away with this round. That'll give them so much information on that pulse as well. It's quite dangerous.
It's more than just the pulse. This is an entirely information gathering lineup. You get info really from the Mozzie, the pulse, Capcan, even with the booby traps, can technically give you info. And then obviously the Valkyrie, right? So like you've got like 4 operators that are giving you quite a lot of information, which is good when you're obviously playing down below. And maybe you end up sort of turtling on site. You don't want to get sort of stuck in there. There's no windows, you can't see anything. You've at least got that sort of information here for Avert. The biggest downfall last time in the 9th round when we saw Kitchen Dining defense for Avert, they simply just lost the player early that was roaming around. So do need to be careful. Edpen over here in the living, he's going to get droned out, so we're going to see him fall back.
Nice timing. So you would imagine, hand's still going to hold firm, and there you go. Back down he goes as Rhythm start to continue with this clear. And this is super interesting from Rhythm. All 5 members are coming from the southern side. Not one is outside of the building, apart from Novatics now. But also, there's no pressure on the vertical lines. There's nothing coming in from laundry, nothing coming in from pantry. So Overt, if they have this information right now, this could be so damn dangerous as they're all just coming from that one dimension.
But they do have the information because Sawyer's been sitting on site and he's like, guys, I don't see anything right now. There's a minute left. So that does give them the clue as to where they're going to be coming from. That's why we're seeing Sawyer now to start to sort of push out a little bit here in Memorial and see if he can get a little bit closer towards where Rhythm are at. And this is very different to the way we saw Rhythm actually play this in the 9th round. And will that backfire? Time will tell.
This will be interesting. Sawyer, how much information has he been able to gain? You'd have to imagine a fair bit. He would have been able to spot Noveix as well as Drex on that cardiac sensor. So the second they try to force their way into sheets, oh, this is incredible. Elements has got the long line. Sawyer's going to find the C4 that'll stop the entrance from Drex. Look at this. It's an absolute massacre. It's a bloodbath in the final round.
Wow.
Rhythm have nothing. Overt are storming away with their first 3 points. Hold that thought, Xenox, because maybe, just maybe, Rhythm might be able to do this. Look at the position from Elements. Elements finds the kill, and there's the 3 points. The first 3 points for Overt in OCN, and a huge W on the board for them.
Oh, and once again, it's a 7-5 loss for Rhythm. How many 7-5 losses?
Edpan, what are you doing?
Oh, I wasn't even looking. I had my. Oh my God, he is pumped.
No, he was drinking out of a kettle.
Oh, I didn't see that one. I completely missed it. I have my hands covering my face in dismay. What a result for Supreme. Good old Supremacists. Avert pick up their first victory in OCN. All 3 points, and what a world of good that's going to do for these lads.
Certainly will, and Vast, what a performance in that last round. I mean, it really felt like Overt had Rhythm's number picked there.
It's a current secure.
Light me up.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
Thank for OCN.
I feel the flame, the fire in your eyes make me afraid.
No, not typical.
I won't
Running
lose
around,
my
causing a
mind.
ruckus. Oh my
I feel
God,
you
what he
waiting for my fall.
He can't even know how good the SMG can be. Play pushing it from behind. He finds that check on the Juice. He swings and finds him. Still on the bounce. Oh, but he doesn't.
Meet me in the dark.
Surely he can't. Oh, a double. What is going on here?
Swing there from Wade. The bank slope. 1 versus 3. Now 1 versus 2. Can he make it a 1 versus 1? The 50.
Champions, you never count them out.
Both players are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They've just given You've just been listening to Chosen by Banks Arcade. It's a banging theme song for a banging league. OCN Playday 7, the final Playday, the final installment in Stage 1 has now kicked off. If you want to learn a little bit more about what has been a banging song, exclamation mark Chosen in the Twitch chat. It is now available on all streaming services. Gentlemen, it's good to see you both. Vast has not graced us with his presence, guys. Is that the right word?
No, he's left all the hard work up to me, but that's okay. I'm feeling really fresh. I've never felt better, Rob, so really keen for today.
Look, you've had, what, 18 months, 24 months of carrying Xenox, so carrying another show is just nothing for you. Turtle, welcome back in, mate. It's good to have you for the final Playday. How are you feeling coming into it?
Pretty good, you know, we got rid of the dead weight.
Jesus. There's just no love lost at all, is there? Let's have a look at the standings and see where the love is. In fact, and it feels like it's definitely in the favor of the Knights. Currently 2 points out in front with only one game lost this season. I think that that's probably the biggest shock for us both, Guz.
The Knights, that is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably the Knights and Wildcard, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, right? Bit of supremacy up the top at the moment for the Knights. Unfortunate for them in the APAC playoffs. They didn't make it through to the major, but the positive storyline for this is they're going to be putting all their effort into this one. No external distractions, and same for Wildcard. Didn't even make those playoffs. They find themselves towards the top of the standings, and that's a great place to find themselves in. And I guess working our way down, the only real position that we do have actually locked in is, of course, Onami in that last position. Don't want to go too hard on them, but it does mean that they are locked in for relegations, unfortunately.
Certainly does, and we can talk about the implications of all of this moving further into the night, but let's have a look at what this night has to offer, because really that is where we determine how things are going to unfold. Ground Zero and Chiefs kick us off for game number 1. Shortly followed by Knights and... look, if Knights win this, Turtle, this is Knights secured for top spot. Sorry, geez, I'm speaking incredible today.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, even though they missed out on the Charlotte Major, it's still got to be really important for them. Like, it's got to be nice to win, like, an OCN title, especially after the poor Stage 3 they had last year.
It's a bit harsh that they've just had such turmoil, I think is probably the best way of putting it. We then go on to Odium and Onami. That surely is 3 points on the board for Odium, Guz.
I mean, you would think so. Onami at this point arguably don't really have much to fight for, as they are again in that relegation position, but they'll be wanting to, I guess, build some nice momentum. It's like the relegations are at the end of the year like they were previously. It is stage by stage, so the turnaround quite short. They want to build some momentum, and then I guess talk about momentum, right? The game after that, Bliss and Wildcard, they're going to be duking it out. That's going to be a really close, exciting game, and both of those teams want to build that form heading in to the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, we want to ride that one like a highway to hell, Guz. That's what we like to say. And I think it's probably going to be the only game that is, in fact, split on the predictions, and it truly is. Oh no! What are you doing? How are you even giving anything to Onami here? That is just not on. It's not on. But it does look like things are pretty clear cut. I think, Guz, maybe you want to touch on what you're doing here at the bottom. I don't really think that this is the play.
I think I typed in Wildcard first, and then I backspaced it, and then I put Bliss, and then I was kind of contemplating it for all of about 5 seconds. That's about as much mental energy that I wanted to invest into this decision. I just stuck with Bliss. I do think that there's still a really exciting roster that has a long way to go. Wildcard, I don't really know how much energy they're going to really put into this game. I'll have to wait and see. Expecting it to be close, though, and again, the predictions reflect that. So whoever you decide, I think you can probably make a pretty fair case for them.
Well, I think the unfortunate part about all of this is the fact that Vast will be ending out on top of the predictions, because he is currently 4 points clear of
But he's not here tonight,
anyone.
so
I know. You know what?
He forfeits.
Tonight does not count for him. It's
Nah.
You don't turn up to the show. Sorry. But you literally just get no points whatsoever. I think that's probably the fairest way of doing it. But one thing that we do want to take a little bit of a second just to mention, of course, is unfortunately and fortunately, there are no playoffs for OCN throughout 2022. It has now changed into what is the OCS. It's essentially a mini major for Oceania. 8 teams from OCN, 8 teams from OCL will be fighting it out, and I believe it's actually next weekend. So that is how things are kind of unfolding, which means that the team that ends up on top for this stage, they win outright. And then, of course, how it all stands for the seedings, well, it's literally just the standings. So we'll run a little bit deeper into that as we go on throughout the night, guys. I don't want to touch on it too much because we've got a lot to talk about. And probably the first matchup is a good place to start, isn't it? Ground Zero and Chiefs. I don't really know if I'm simmering with any hope for Ground Zero coming into this one. That was to Gus, sorry. I just wanted to reiterate.
Who do you want to speak on that one, Rob?
Well, I said Guz twice, but
I thought you said Guy. I thought you said guys. That is the one bad thing about my
fair.
name. It can be a little bit tricky to make that differentiation. But I mean, you say that, and the predictions show that we're all backing the Chiefs in quite heavily. But they're only 3 points away on the standings. Chiefs 5th, Ground Zero trailing just behind in 6th. So at least looking at the standings in isolation, it's probably fair to say it's pretty close. But I think there is probably a bit of a skill discrepancy at the moment. The Chiefs, right? I mean, they just qualified for a major. They made the trenches run against Korean teams on on the P word. So they're obviously in pretty good form. And Ground Zero, probably a little bit disappointing for a team that we know has the firepower to play really strong. Obviously still trying to build up to something a little bit bigger, but heading into this game, I think the Chiefs probably do edge them out.
There was a large amount of hype coming into this first stage, I think, Turtle for Ground Zero, and they haven't been. Look, maybe it's a bit unfair of me to say they haven't achieved what we thought they might have, but they are currently sitting in, what's that, 6th place with only 6 points, so that's 2 wins to their name and 4 losses. Are we going to see any more points for them here? I just feel like Chiefs are too good.
Yeah, I feel like Ground Zero have got an uphill battle tonight. Like we saw last year in OCL, they were that team that had so much confidence, and it seems they sort of lost at this stage with coming into OCN up against these bigger teams, especially the South teams. So hopefully, like they don't lose any confidence for the rest of the next stage. Come into next stage and just sort of you know, build up and try some new things.
It's probably something that's worth doing, guys. Are we happy with their performance? Do you think this is a pass mark for their first stage in OCN?
What? Gee, that's actually a harder question to answer than I would have expected. I don't think so. They have a decent amount of experience. They also have the firepower. We've seen that before. I mean, even Weddle was on screen now, probably the perfect example of someone that can really step up. So from our expectations, probably not quite there. A top 4 probably would have been a bit more of a realistic proposition. And I think you ask these guys, they'd probably give you a pretty similar answer, that they haven't been overly thrilled with how the stage has played out. That said, they do still have an opportunity here tonight to bounce actually above the Chiefs, right? It's a 3-point discrepancy at the moment. It goes to the head-to-head after that. So basically, whoever wins this game claims that 5th spot, provided Chiefs don't jump forward, of course.
Well, I guess we'll wait and see whether that's actually possible. Chiefs, at the moment, this is the roster that is kind of the talk of the town after securing their place at the Charlotte Major, Turtle. Don't know if you want to touch on that or if you just want to speak on the Chiefs at all, but I feel like their OCN performance has been a bit rocky. APAC has looked a little bit more convincing, though.
Yeah, I gotta agree. Like their OCN performance has been underwhelming, but I guess their focus has been more on APAC South. Like you said last night, they booked their tickets to the Charlotte Major by making the fairy tale run, taking out Sandbox and DWG, 2 teams who have performed really well internationally. I'll say, like, I usually highlight Worthy, Boydie, Bouncin, like those star fraggers, but I kind of want to highlight Dig and Ethan tonight. Like they're more of those supportive players that don't really get talked about as much anymore. Yep. Especially Ethan, like he was probably the star player of Wildcard, but since he's taken a step back to a more supportive role, more of a leadership position, he's been leading the team from the back, and it's really showing.
What's crazy is when I looked at the stats last night for the APAC playoffs themselves, Ethan was top of the standings for these guys. It was actually kind of reminiscent of those wildcard days that you are talking about. He still does actually sit on top of the Chiefs roster at a 1.12 rating plus 16 KD, which, guys, you've got to admit, considering the teams that they've played, Talon, Sandbox Gaming and Dan One Gaming, the fact that he's plus 16, that is mighty impressive.
Yeah, not bloody bad. And it again leads into the storyline that we often do produce around the Chiefs, that at any moment anyone can step up, and even Digital, who arguably is the most quote-unquote supportive of the team, again in the APAC playoffs, we literally saw him top fragging in some of those games as well. So no one's a slouch on the Chiefs roster. Their OCN results obviously probably not up to the standard that they would like, but they do have an opportunity here to not only jump up the standings, but again, there's been a bit of momentum heading into OCS next week. Obviously they want to continue to improve heading into the major, so yes, they're not going to show strats and all that rubbish, but at the end of the day, they will want to put in good performances. Well,
it's time to have a look at what map we're going to be heading to. The veto of 9, it's really hard to talk about in the best of 1. It used to be like maybe you could talk about the first 2 bans, maybe you could lean into the 3rd and 4th, but now it's just an absolute schmozzle. Probably looking toward the end here with Chalet actually being banned out by the Chiefs. Turtle, are you surprised that we're going to Clubhouse?
I'm kind of surprised it was let through by Ground Zero, because just last night, Chiefs took down DWG on it, and as we've seen with Ground Zero, they did beat Onami 7-2 on it, but that's no real feat. They lost just the week before to Bliss 1-7, so unless they've gone into the books and sort of looked what the mistakes they made and just sort of simplified the game a bit, might be a quick one.
Clubhouse is a little bit of a weird champ, I'm not going to lie. I think I am definitely leaning toward Chiefs. Turtle, before we let you go, final thoughts?
Might be a quick one. Maybe a 7-2 from Chiefs, to be honest.
You know what? I wouldn't mind that. Wrap her up nice and early, put a ribbon on it. Let's get underway. Turtle, thank you for joining us, and we will speak to you after this one. Guys, it's now you and I taking away on Clubhouse, which has now become, again, a notorious map for the Chiefs in only the last 2 play days.
Oh, they have an esteemed history, Rob. It was one of their best maps and then it dropped off, and it seems to be back, maybe better than ever. DWG felt that pain sandbox as well in the 8-pack playoffs. So it's clearly a pretty brave decision from Ground Zero to let this map slide through. I'm hoping that they've done their homework and they can really bring the fight.
Really hope so. This was... I mean, when you look at how it panned out, Chalet and Clubhouse left in, they're the 2 best maps from what I remember for the Chiefs. I think Bank, you could probably argue, is arguably their best map at the moment. But Clubhouse and Chalet very briefly in there as well. Habana being banned out. Where do Chiefs decide to take this one? Are they going to go for a little bit of a pocket? What do you got for us? Double hard breach.
Double hard breach.
That's
So
lame.
Thatcher will escape the ban phase. Going to be a pretty big reliance now on the Ace Thermite combo to get stuff done. In terms of the defensive bans, Chiefs will kick things off. Let's see what they take out. Valkyrie. Yeah, okay. Come on, Ground Zero. Please ban something that we haven't seen before.
This is going to be the most boring ban phase ever. This is the most Clubhouse thing I've ever seen. What are you going to do?
Fair.
Like,
Yeah.
like what?
Maybe Mirror or something.
Yeah, Mirror.
Oh, Kaid.
I don't know. Like, Thatcher's left in.
Pretty weird to be banning Kaid with Thatcher in, but...
Yeah.
it's not the
Roteros
end
is
of the
still
world.
there on Flores. Like, feel like maybe 6 months ago that might have made sense. But anyway, it's time to unfold how this one is going to play out. There is actually one note that I think we've talked about a little bit in Playday 3 of APAC, Guz, which is like, we see Mirror banned out so often that when it's left in, no one plays her. Like, absolutely, when she is in the actual pool, no one picks her because you just never see her played anymore. And, I mean, you'd hedge your bets on a couple of other operators. The perfect example is Thatcher. How much have we seen Thatcher banned in the last 12 months? Thatcher's been left in, will be repicked for Ethan, but so often do we actually not see it. Now that is probably one of the most skewed community votes I have ever. This is a tragedy. What is going on here?
I see it, but I don't believe it. Like, quite literally, I don't believe that. Yeah, we have just got confirmation it should be the other way around, which does make a little bit more sense. Oh, there you go. Boom. There we go. 83% Chiefs.
They don't muck it out.
The script has been, we've widened it out and written over it, which is nice. And yeah, pretty expected, right? Chiefs, pretty heavy favourites heading into this game. In terms of leading on from that Thatcher discussion, the Chiefs will actually bring it out in the first round. So don't mind seeing that. Should aid quite a bit in the clear up above. Doesn't look like it's a heavy extension necessarily from Ground Zero, but it will come down to that hatch game. Again, Ground Zero have shot themselves in the foot by banning out the Kaid, and it should be relatively free real estate for the Chiefs.
It goes.
Yep.
It's free real estate. That's, you know what, probably my most enjoyed meme of the 2010s.
When?
It came out about 10 years ago. Don't want to buy it?
It's been a long day, Rob.
You don't want to buy
Alright,
it? I've seen you
don't.
too much in the last 2 days. I'm already sick of you.
We had to wake up early today.
We did.
Well,
10
early by gamer standards. Yeah, 10
10
o'clock.
It was a rough awakening, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
Might be a rude awakening for the Ground Zero roster as well. Clubhouse, not something that I would really want to be taking the Chiefs to. So we'll see how proficient. I would dare say it's going to take limited amount of time to really just absolutely expose Ground Zero on site here. And they don't have a single C4. Not one C4 on the basement site. I see it, but I do not believe it.
How many times are we going to meme Jake? He's not even here, the poor
Who?
bloke. I think he's in Sweden or something right now. I don't know. He's a little bit busy. But either way, the Chiefs are getting busy working this triple wall, double hard breach. Impacts from up above, though. The response from Ground Zero,
yeah.
not too bad at all. One of the Salmas, though, will detonate. A line of sight second as well.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, not a bad little impact there in response, though. Bit of to and throw here in the opening stages of this round.
Oh, that tickles me in ways that it shouldn't. the double impact setup has really paid dividends on that triple wall. And it's not all that often you actually see the triple wall being completely open at a minute 30, so they have really read into that, bouncing with a gorgeous headshot on a Tui. No P here, I'll tell you that much. He's just going to go and absolutely rip heads. Guz, this is just... what on earth has happened for Ground Zero?
Pretty dominant. Digital now deep. There is a player behind the bar. Oh, finds one, but it's a trade. Make it 2. The Chiefs open the account.
Certainly do. I thought after triple wall kind of had that little mini game, I thought, ooh, they could be in trouble here. Ground Zero doing a good job to deny that, but I don't know. You give Bounce and space down blue, boy oh boy. Look at this. Doesn't get much better than that.
You wouldn't be able to hit that on 150 King.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Too soon.
What are you going to do me like this, man?
This is gonna be a long night, so we gotta pace ourselves here. Take it as it comes, but this should be arguably one of the more entertaining of the games. Again,
Yes.
Chiefs and Ground Zero pretty close knit in the standings, and if Ground Zero were to claim this in regulation, 3 points would put them equal with the Chiefs, and because clearly they would have the head-to-head, that would actually put them above. So, bit of slightly better seeding for the OCS next week. In terms of prize pool for OCN, it is the exact same, so not much there, but
10-10.
yeah, two grand Australian each.
Yeah.
5th and 6th.
Not bad
I'd take that.
for a day's work. Don't mind.
Well, it was 7 days, Rob.
Yeah, but overall, just a day's work. You know, like overall, it's only 7 hours played. You know what I mean? And that's granted. Every game goes the full distance. We have just turned into things that we can't.
It's only
really
going to
say.
get worse.
It is only going to get worse from here, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're in for a very, very interesting night of a bit of siege, just keeping you on your toes. And Bouncing has certainly kept Ground Zero on their toes this time, opting to once again take control from Garage across. Now, actually wasn't completely paying attention. I believe we are back down on the basement site, which we are. Will not want to be giving Bouncing the opportunity that they did literally about 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, pretty typical to see the Zafia posted up on this blue position, LMG being down. Elsewhere, we'll see the Chiefs work the likes of the bar hatch with the can openers. Ethan able to get one for free. Again, Kaid is banned out. That means that the Chiefs actually not even electing to bring the Thatcher on this occasion. I don't know necessarily then how they're going to deal with triple wall. May not even be a point of interest. They do have grenades from Boydie though, if they so desire to lob them over the wall. Talk of Boydie, he'll work the vert. And at the moment, this is very, very straightforward clubhouse basement.
I feel like Clubhouse basement is just like cafe top floor. There's just not a hell of a lot of variety. Sometimes you might see a roam, a little bit of a cheeky game, but more often than not, a little bit of a turtle on site, a little bit of a how you going, what are you doing, where you from. Interested to see how the Chiefs actually bring this fuse into this one. Ethan could be a little bit cheekier than usual. What kind of timing is this like? That's not bad. That's not bad. I don't know if they're waiting for the EXO though.
It does actually make the impact arguably now a little bit easier, right? You can throw it through the pre-established holes and Digital needs to be careful. There's the impact and the exothermic off the wall. Digital still has one in the pocket though. He'll be able to send that one out. And Wedables only has a singular impact left, so he needs to make it count. Expends it. I don't know if it hit, but I know that shot did. A 4 versus 5 now. Bouncing. Looking to push over towards this blue position. Needs to be very, very careful. The cross from Ground Zero. The swing hits. Bouncing did get one in the meantime. 3 versus 3. Boydie with the wall bang. The intuition to hit that shot. Worthy looks to double down for the team, but he misses that shot. Brendo to find that one. 10 seconds now remain. Boydie does have a foothold inside of the objective, and he needs to cover the plant. Ethan crosses over towards that box position to commit. Wedables just pushes down long, shoots the sledge in the back of the head, makes it 2, and Ground Zero respond on basement.
No worries, guys. There's only one player left, and he's in blue. I'll watch the line. absolutely backstabbed. It's very hard to play from that position. I do get that. A 2v1, you've got to stick the kit there. A bit of a meme on our behalf, but it is still a round for Ground Zero, and it's a much-needed round. I actually thought everything was going to fall apart right at this point, where 2 players from Ground Zero showed face in blue, and I don't know why we saw the wide swing from that second player trying to confirm the kill. I feel like when you do that, you give far too much information to the Chiefs, and it was a 3v2 once that turned around. So I thought that was when it was done and dusted. Apparently not. It's the ones that work for Ground Zero, and really, I'm going to come back to the game, the little back and forth on the impacts. You love to hate to see it. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe they also had the kitchen hatch open with the secondary hard breach, so they certainly had a lot of avenues and really just continued to focus blue and church. Regardless, we move over to CCTV.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, maybe an extension into CCTV, I should say. This is where things got a little bit tricky for the Chiefs. If you remember, against, was it Sandbox? We had a couple of how you going moments over
the
here.
Sandbox game was certainly a little bit closer. 8-7 was the scoreline in that one ultimately, and the Chiefs didn't look at their best, but I think their strongest quality actually probably throughout the whole APAC playoffs was being able to correct mistakes and improve across the course of a particular map. So we might see that brought out now. But Brendo gets the spawn peak onto Worthy, and that's one of 2 hard breaches now down.
Pretty large kill. Pretty large kill from Brendo there. Don't mind that. Now we'll see. The Chiefs' attention is going to have to be quite split here with only the thermite up. You've got one of 2 options left. Hello? 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 Okay, there we go. We got there in the end. I actually have no clue what was stopping that.
There's no one playing Rafters. Bounson's just going to get free control. No one's watching the entry either. Right? Am I missing an outline somewhere? He's just going to be able to walk straight up Rafters. Digital has a defuse. I don't know if he'll be able to get in towards the site, but even in a man disadvantage, the Chiefs have really put themselves in a good spot here.
You know it's Gym Bedroom, mate.
Oh. Hey. Hey, I'm play-by-play tonight. I'm allowed to make those mistakes. Bouncing gets that pick. Gets it back to a 4 versus 4. It is not CC. I am absolutely tripping. As I said, it's a long day for us. I'm very tired.
I think you did miss something there, Guz. Just a blaring issue in the whole
sorry.
plot hole. That's okay. We all do it. Been there, done that all too much before. Oh, this is gorgeous from Tui, though, Guz.
Looking to find Ethan down below. The Finker cooks a nade, but retreats back outside. He will hold his ground, though, in case Ethan decides to regress. In the meantime, the Chiefs have brought it back to a 4-on-3, and with 45 seconds left, they have a lot of time to work with. Boydie stamps forward. President and Tui now under pressure. Keep in mind, Tui was below. He'll need to rotate back up above. President cut down. Tui on the flank does manage to find one, but Ethan outside holding down the line, and no doubt players will be repositioning to the likes of 90 to cut down this rotation as well. Tui still does find a down, though. Ethan needs to be collected. Obviously could have hit a self-res, and in the meantime, the Chiefs will claim that pick.
Not bad for a CCTV. I mean, a Gym Bedroom attack there. It looked good. It looked good.
I'm sorry. If that's the only mistake I make tonight, I'll be happy.
Mate, if that's the only mistake you make tonight, I'll be shocked. So,
Me too.
unbelievable from the Chiefs there. They find themselves the opening across toward Cash, and very swiftly after they've taken top red control, that is a very clean push into Con. A bit confused why we've got nothing in logistics, and there was a lot of utility over in Cash with only 1 player there holding, but regardless, you've got to give props and credit where credit is due. Chiefs are making their attacks look quite simple, honestly. There's nothing overly complicated about it. They're finding their openings. They're pretty much going direct to site. They're not doing anything that's, a bit how you going. So glad that we are back on OCN so I can be as Australian as I need to be. But It's looking pretty good right now. I thought maybe with Worthy going down in the first pick there, I thought, oh, without the Selmas, it's going to be a little bit more complicated. You're not going to be able to get Jacuzzi open and start to put pressure in from there. Fortunately enough, Ground Zero didn't give a damn. There was literally no issues whatsoever. Yeah, a little late there on the reinforcements of Jacuzzi wall, but we got there. We got there.
Just to confirm, this is bedroom once again. I'll just make a quick footnote of that. As Digital goes straight on towards this Jacuzzi balcony, the wall reinforced a little bit late. And it will be blown up. Wettables! Once again, we'll get an opening kill for Ground Zero. They achieved that in the previous round. That time on to Worthy, but this one might be a little bit more tricky to recover from. That said, Jacuzzi's already open, so the impact of the Thatcher from this point onwards might actually be pretty limited. So I think the Chiefs have probably gotten away with it, and there we go. Oh, Boydie, he drops Logistics, manages to find 2. Worthy on the window finds 1 more, and Ground Zero are falling apart. Worthy on the balcony gets another pick, and President's all alone inside of Bathroom. The Chiefs establishing dominance on this objective.
Boydie, go kill. Finds himself a double. Worthy, go kill. Finds himself a triple. All smiles, apart from Ethan, who I don't think I've ever seen smile in a day in my life.
No, never. They literally won the major yesterday, and I think Digital may have actually been the only player smiling.
Yes. Yep. I think that you would be right. Boydie.
Did I say they won the major? Or they
won
a spot to the major. That's what I meant.
With one hand, they claimed their title back. With the other, they grabbed themselves.
I reckon they could actually win the major and probably still not smile. Actually, nah, maybe a little bit of a smile.
Digital will set fire to the stage, and Boydie will have a smirk, and Ethan will just be sitting there. He might use a party popper, and that's about it. Don't think it's going to go much further than that. And this game is looking all too easy for the Chiefs. I don't mean to to be negative Nancy by any means, but Ground Zero have really, if you think about the past 4 rounds that have played out, the only time they have put any kind of forward presence was at the top of red, and they only had 1 player there. I feel like for Ground Zero, the way that you're able to take control back of this game is by getting in the face of the Chiefs, not allowing them to find early kills without it being traded. Keep yourself on the forefront, keep yourself on the front foot, because right now I can reassure you, Chiefs have said, Bouncing, Boydie, do your thing. Go find kills. And I think that this is where Ground Zero, if you're not careful, it just slips away too.
Yeah, things start to get pretty dangerous when the Chiefs do get that Ash license, if you want to quote it like that. Ash, now not really in the meta, but LMG's now reigns supreme, so as you can see, Ethan running an LMG. Some of the previous rounds, they've been running more than one, so...
Do they not know? No, they do know.
I think they're just trying to cut down the Roma in blue.
There was a Roma in blue?
I believe so. Not anymore. Maybe on the stairs. I think it may have been Tui. I don't know. Outline, pretty tricky to tell from that distance. Either way, though, Ethan marches forward. EMP down below. I think Ethan's trying to nade the util off the main wall. He'll prepare to do that.
Oh, and he gets a freebie! Oh, no! Oh! Put it up on a tee and knock it home. Oh! President 0-5 right now. My God. Guys, not looking great here for Ground Zero. They've pretty much... I feel like the Chiefs have had everything go in their favor. Kills and all. And they are showing a different level at the moment.
Yeah, not enough pressure there down below to negate any grenades to counter the bandit trick. Brendo take it off the board as well. Really starting to feel like the Chiefs snowballing some momentum in this game. Brendo, though, does get revived, so not the absolute worst of results here for Ground Zero, but a lot of pressure here. Now on Wettables on this Rafters position. Oh, the timing. Not amazing. Boydie now in a good position to nade out this hold. Digital with the flash to burn any magnets. The nade in response from Boydie is cooked. Wettables, will he be able to survive? In the meantime, he will. The nade doesn't land. Wettables causing a lot of issues here for the Chiefs. He dodges both.
You know what? That smoke canister gave them everything that they needed there. Wettables was able to prance and dance, and now with 30 seconds left, Chiefs still do not have Rafters control. Looks like it's falling apart.
30 seconds. Can the Chiefs maneuver their way in towards site? Can they even get in towards his rafters position, still being held by Wedables? Now, he's probably going to die here, but he's wasting so much time. The gas canisters rendering support. He pops up for one, but the metal bars prevent him from getting a second. Brendo, aggressive inside the site. Low on HP, one shot. Boydie swings. Boydie gets the kill. Now it's up to Tuhan. On this Eastern Stairs position. Time critical. If he denies the plant, they win the round. He gets the first, swings for the second, and he lands the shot. Well played by Tuhan. Ground zero, getting a second round on the board.
Too many places to look there. Tell you what, that was mighty close, mighty uncomfortable. Chiefs, throughout the time that just continued to be diminished, found their way onto site. It's not enough to hold in a 2 versus 1, but I want to quickly take a second there. Whoever the smoke player was, won them that round. Period. I know that we could probably sit there and say, oh, Wedables, well played on rafters. The reason it was so well played on rafters, if you go back and watch that round, 2 smoke canisters, only 2 smoke canisters were used. One was used right at the top of oil ladder, and what it did was it stopped the nade from being cooked from Boydie. He had to throw it and get away. Gave Wedables the time to move back on rafters. Then, when Wedables is holding rafters, as the time starts to tick down, canister comes over the top onto the stairs so that they can't push out, allowing Wedables to once again play around the smoke. Absolutely love that from Ground Zero. Really well played. And that just goes to show, you know, the element of comms is so important. I'd love to hear how that played out.
And the remarkable thing about that, right, it was Brendo on the smoke. He was one of the early downs, in fact, for Ground Zero, but then was able to be revived and have that impact. He was so low on HP whilst having that impact, but he just was able to stay alive enough to render that aid. And again, it's not a number that's going to pop up on the scoreboard. It's just one of those things to see that's really hard to track statistically, but it was quite evident that it did stall out the Chiefs, did help out Wedables. Ultimately, the Chiefs did get control, but didn't quite have enough time. And Tuhan, obviously, in the 1v2 really well played. So, good response from Ground Zero. It really was starting to feel like the game was being torn out of their hands quite a bit. It really honestly felt like the Chiefs were going to run away with it. But Ground Zero able to keep themselves above water, at least for now. 3-3 wouldn't be awful, honestly, if they're able to win this next round.
Nope. And that's just it. Now it's just about keeping in touch with the Chiefs. We know that Clubhouse generally, I say this with bated breath, generally leans toward a defender-sided map. So 3-3 is really, I think, the bare minimum that you can have for a pass mark here on the first half. But who knows, there could be more in it just yet. I'm impressed by how quick the Chiefs are taking control of a lot of these areas. But even more impressed by Ground Zero's ability to get in their face, Tui, once again. Tuhan has been a bit of a demon here.
Yeah, on a bit of a roll. And there's no immediate response, at least for now, from the Chiefs, looking to stake their claim above on the second floor. Wanting Boydie, for example, to be activated and work the Burt. See that now. No real incentive for Ground Zero to aggress this position as they have the man advantage. Just need to be mindful of the lines of sight now being created from up above. Seems like the Chiefs are still being a little bit cautious of a potential flank, but I doubt it will through. Far the side, of course. Where is Ground Zero playing at the moment? It looks like they are so far over towards the east.
I was literally looking at that. There's 4 players over by, you know, Lounge and Garage. They've now converged back onto the side. Not even if they converge back onto the side. This is a little bit concerning. The Chiefs might be able to isolate some 1v1s as Ground Zero start to rotate back around. Ethan, unfortunately, not going to find that. 30 seconds left. The Chiefs, I don't think they've got enough, but the frag power might just well be.
They just keep finding themselves back in these rounds.
God.
The information, Ethan to capitalize. Worthy gets aggressive over towards that pool double window. Now President, yet to find a kill so far in this game, needs to find 3. 10 seconds remain. The nade. Oh my word. President now. Only about 5 HP remaining. The diffuser obviously stuck. President for the retake. Nothing to lose. The Nitro Cell doesn't land. And the Chiefs, it's going to be a 4-2 half. It is a 4-2 half. What a round from Ethan, what a half from the Chiefs.
That round in particular, honestly, just did not feel like Chiefs had anything going for them in the last minute. They had the vert control on bar. But where were ground zero? They were so far away from sight. Maybe there's a way that you can play that. I'm not completely sure, but with the brick wall that divides sight from stock or stage, it's just impossible to play behind that. I think maybe they were preying on Tuhan underneath on the main stairs coming up for a flank. In any case, it is a 4-2 half for the Chiefs, and I mean, I would not be surprised if we see all three sites converted just back to back to back.
Wait, is that... Who's Ethan playing again? What? I don't know what operator is that?
Is this a new... This is the new operator, right?
Azami, maybe?
Yeah. I thought that Azami was currently quarantined. Is it... No. Is it Warden?
No, it is Mirror, of course. But honestly, of all the sites I would expect to see Mirror, this one's probably one of the lesser sites. The Chiefs, they're pretty bold using the Mirror window on the actual double wall itself. Now, in theory, this can make the wall trickier to open. So, will that be the case here? We'll have to wait and see. It does make Digital's life arguably a little bit easier, at least initially, until it gets smacked, because he can try to juggle off it. But critically, again, it just makes the wall awkward. That's probably the best way to describe it. And ground zero, again, with Mirror not being picked a whole lot, need to show that this is something they're able to deal with.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And really, this all comes down to timing. This all comes down to timing. Do they know that Digital is going to be able to trick this? Has he got it in time? I think he's just got it as well. Beautifully done. Picks up the bandit battery as well. Not the player I'd really want in this position, guys. I'm not going to lie. Digital, he's known for a bit of shenanigans. So what's the timing like here? Oh my god. Man's a god.
Goaded on the sticks. And ground zero already just going to give it up. Wow.
Wow. Wow. That's so large. You've got the Zofia, you've got nades that you could potentially try and play for from underneath.
This is the difference, right? Worthy is actually holding down below, so they can't do the same thing that Ethan did to them in terms of creeping up blue and going for the free nade, because they'll just get cut down by Worthy. That limits ground zero's options from this point onwards. The wall was already awkward with the mirror, and now forcing the full rotation. So ground zero from this point probably need to try and frag out, but easier said than done against the Chiefs, obviously.
A team that definitely favors being a bit more frag heavy on the Chiefs when it comes to OCN. Can be quite scary to look at that prospect knowing full well this is not going to happen right now. Weddable's just trying to find something, but this is insane. Ground zero, they have no garage control. They don't even have a player over at garage. Rafters is going to be free. Top red's going to be free. Sight may well be free as well. Ground zero are going to have to flush through con here, and I don't like their chances. They've still got 2 impacts here for the Chiefs.
40 seconds, 5 versus 5. War of attrition here in round number 7. Visual reposition. Worthy's also down below. Ethan to cover. Now 25 seconds. Ground zero still not being able to get in towards the site itself. Already pushing the back of the gas canisters, but Digital's been spotted. President gets his first kill in this map so far, and Brendo from the window pockets a second. Ethan now needs to hold down the line, bouncing as well. Brendo, though, forces himself in towards the objective, leaving it all up to Worthy in the 1 versus 3, stuck inside of CCTV, but ground zero able to convert the attack.
A capitulation of magnitudes unknown, Guz. Does not feel like that should be able to happen. Chiefs had rafters control. Chiefs had top red control. Chiefs had kennel control. And still, ground zero have made that work. It starts with a drone on site, catching out Digital in a cheeky little corner. I didn't mind that from Digital, but someone had to be there shooting drones. So you could not allow a drone to freely roam site when Digital's trying to play like that. And whether that's a comm or whether it's just, you know, a bit of the chaos, considering there are 5 players, 1 out by the CCTV window, and 4 in con, I get it. It's not a hell of a lot of fun, but certainly now it does make things a little bit more interesting. Ground Zero have a way back into this game. We need to play patiently and wait for their opportunity back into this. Once again, only 1 C4 for the Chiefs. I find that really interesting. I just remember, you know, stage 3, you wouldn't go to basement with less than like 2 or 3 C4s.
5 seconds to insertion.
I think the main difference is, right, with Thatcher being available and the ace being up, we're just seeing teams send it down the bot lane and try to sum the wall, which means that impact tricking is really, really critical. The Chiefs are almost even doubling down on it. They haven't actually fully reinforced that triple wall, meaning that it opens up that window of opportunity for the impacts. Even more so, as you can see. Thank you, Mandy, I believe, on the Observer tools tonight for highlighting that. Give us a spin, Mandy, if it's you. I don't want to be wrong. Ah, there we go.
Hey! Let's go, Mandy. Feels weird getting her back on the ob sticks again. Feels weird. Alright, you'll rejoin us only shortly. Next weekend, in fact. How good's that? Timing and patience might actually pay dividends here. As this basement site for the Chiefs, provided they are able to just slow the Ground Zero roster down here, they're having a lot of trouble just making it into garage, let alone anywhere near the site itself. Why are they struggling so much?
I mean, I'm really just looking at this main wall battle again. Now, the mirror wasn't selected, probably because this is the extension, the robe up above, keep in mind basement defense, so Chiefs not electing to overly invest on that position. Still, they're stalling out a bit of time. I mean, it's only getting open now, minute 30 into the round. Brendo does have good foothold in towards bar, though, so he can ensure that no one from the Chiefs comes up or down the main stairs or up and down blue. So it's not bad at the moment, but we need to see progression now quickly in towards these hatches.
Just watching that time tick. The Chiefs, I think, have actually retaken a bit of dirt control, which is, for me, really important on your defense. Having that dirt control allows you to play from behind safety for those default plans when you drop down the hatch. In fact, I think there might just be a player just on the inside. Regardless, the take is just not liking this right now. 40 seconds left. This is very reminiscent to the last round, and for me, that was Chiefs' round to lose. Looking at the time right now, I'm probably going to say the same thing. This is another round for the Chiefs to lose. They have to be able to convert this, as that time really does start to dwindle. Ground Zero's window of opportunity just shrinks and shrinks and shrinks. They still don't have the hatch open.
Slow goings here for Ground Zero. Somebody needs to step up and make a play. Bouncing those shots down Brando. Very, very tricky to see Ground Zero recovering here. Ethan still playing Overwatch at the bottom of the main stairs, and that's really the main entry point for Ground Zero, unless they drop Moto. But 5 seconds left. Surely they'll be cut down at the knees, and there we go. Easy as that. Chiefs claiming a round 8.
Absolute onslaught. Absolute onslaught. So they actually didn't have dirt control at all there. Obviously just had a play up. Showing face. Tactical timeout called by the Chiefs. Now this isn't very often. I'm sure if we go to player cams, we'll see players running to the bathroom. Something that I feel like the Chiefs do quite often at OCN. Tactical timeouts become toilet timeouts. Still TTs.
Yeah, well, considering 3 of them haven't picked an operator, that's probably some pretty good analysis from you, Rob. Might
Look,
actually be one of the better insights you've offered in the broadcast so far.
They do say that it's quite well known.
It's
Only
just
one.
worthy.
Worthy! Come on. You have like a can or a drink bottle? No,
Oh, he's back in the Chiefs' house tonight, not the Bliss HQ.
interesting. Why is that, guys?
Don't ask me, I've got no idea. It wasn't even meant to be a joke. I legit was just noting it. He was playing in Bliss HQ for APAC playoffs, right?
Well, insider information. Reason why is, for whatever reason, ping is worse at the Chiefs' house than what it is at Bliss HQ.
Yeah, so why isn't he at Bliss HQ tonight? That's what I'm insinuating.
Well, because it's only on the SEA servers.
Ah, right.
Yes.
But he did also have a lot of, we'll just say issues at the Chiefs house last time. There was a couple of unfortunate dropouts, and he didn't even make it back in time to pick an operator. So
Defenders, protect your
let's just
bomb.
watch Worthy. Let's see how long it takes for him to get back.
Oh,
He's
he's
back.
back, he's
Oh, okay,
back.
wasn't too bad. Wasn't too bad.
That's disappointing. We would have been able to tell if it was a Jack Danny type situation, you know?
No, we don't
How
talk
long was
about
he
that.
gone for? How long was he gone for? That was the big question. You know what? Of all the operators you could be randomly picked to,
Well, it's actually not. I don't know if it actually. I'm assuming it applies in competitive play as well, but now it's not technically random. It kind of just goes to your most played, or it randomizes between a couple of your most played, whatever it is. I know whenever we play with Dev and he runs off to make a cup of tea, he'll come back and he'll just get auto picked onto elbow.
can we just take a second to talk about how often Dev is either making a tea or going to the bathroom?
Oh,
Like,
that's awful.
Attackers must locate
mate, we get shunned every time, you know? We're ready to go, we're pumped. All of a sudden, bow big guys. Gotta make myself a quick tea.
I've seen him have some very, very intimate moments with his teas.
Oh,
And
he
people will think I'm joking, but
no.
I mean, we could probably talk about this for a little bit. Fun story.
Yes.
On the plane on the way to Sydney on Wednesday, I think it was, right?
Yes, correct.
We're on the airline. We get a complimentary tea.
Yep.
And I kid you not, I have never seen a man buckle at the knees like he did for that tea. He was hunched over it, eyes closed, just inhaling it. And airplane tea, it's probably not the greatest tea going around, but I don't know. The man was on something else. It was a visceral experience.
Yeah, I kind of wish that we got it on film. just
I
so
should
we
have
could
taken a
show.
pic. I should have taken a
We
picture.
really should have. We really should have, because it was something that you never thought you would see. You know, it's something I'll never forget. I'll tell you that much. Certainly entertained us. Not a single battery is on the floor for Worthy right now. Not one. What? Why? Hang on. Why do you have 4 in your
Oh,
pocket?
no, he's juggling con. It's all good.
Juggling cop with 4. What the hell? Oh God. We have fun here.
Silly season, silly season.
It is.
Well, 90 seconds remains, and Ground Zero, despite getting Jacuzzi Open, have unfortunately fallen by 1 member. Gonna make the XC quite challenging, and honestly, the Chiefs not really doing much here. Just ready and waiting for the push to come through, knowing that they have the advantage. Minute 10 now. As time dwindles, Ground Zero's hopes of winning the round continue to decrease.
How'd you go there, guys?
Did.
Well, big thing right now is the oh,
Attackers have located
where?
the bomb.
He's just in.
Wedables is in. Hang on. What?
Not bad
How
though.
did that happen?
Digital with the response. 50 seconds. Bounce is also in a good position. Weddable is forced deep, but the 2-man cross proving too strong. I believe Prez is also inside of Jim, wins that engagement against Ethan. Bounson tentative, doesn't want to quite swing, waits for the gas canister to come out from Boydie. President forced to move, but it's from behind. Frixel to find that pick. 2 on 2 now. 30 seconds remain. Boydie, though, crosses 90. Leaves it in the 1 versus 1. Frixel now forced deep with the LMG on Finca, but he runs straight into the open arms of Boydie waiting top main.
Easiest 1v2 of Boydie's life. They never knew him. They never knew where he was, who he was, what he was doing. Just take a hot minute to understand how much the pendulum really swung in that round. Like, I bamboozled, to say the very least. Wedables finds the first kill on a Worthy. Digital trades out. Wedables goes deep to find the trade in bathroom, but it's a very, very easy and quick response from the Chiefs. It just kept swaying. For what reason?
And defuse as many bombs.
For what reason?
Honestly, I think if Wedables was just a bit more patient there and doesn't push deep in the bathroom and doesn't throw his life, it actually probably wouldn't have been the worst rounds.
I agree.
Boydie wasn't in the best spot to deny with smoke canisters or gas canisters. And, yeah, ultimately, it was very close. So I think probably encapsulating this map as a whole, Chiefs have, for the most part, been in cruise control, to be pretty blunt and pretty honest. Don't want to sugarcoat it too much. Ground Zero, probably much like the stage, just having some teething issues and some struggles in this match. Obviously not playing awful, and they are playing against a team that qualified for the major, so it is a very, very tall ask for them to show up here, but unfortunately, hasn't quite clicked. And now they need to bring back 3 rounds on the attack. All I'll say is good luck.
Well, considering this is the final play day to grab any points whatsoever, the Chiefs are feeling pretty comfortable. I'll tell you that much. Then it really, it's going to rest on the remaining games. If I'm not mistaken, it's actually bottom 4 versus top 4. I think it is today. It is. There you go. Hey! None of that. In fact, no, there is just one game, which is kind of this game. It isn't top 4 versus bottom
So
4.
half
I
the
messed
games
it up.
aren't, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I kind of messed that. I thought I had a really good point, but I just did not at all. But with this, 12 points for the Chiefs, they will jump above Team Bliss, which kind of means that Wildcard could well and truly just destroy Bliss's first stage. And not ideal when you consider the fact that, you know, we are looking to Pro Morellos at the end of this year, and once again, we are looking to Team Bliss.
Again, it looks like Ground Zero may be having issues once more at the CC wall. Eventually they will rotate across, but 70 seconds already expended. Minute 45 now remains, and they'll try to open up the wall. Digital on the Bandit, Tuhan on the Thatcher to deny these batteries, but they're still taking more time. I think maybe they're trying to position someone below in blue. Frixel on the Zofia can impact with the lifeline. They're looking to coordinate it. Finally, the call goes out. The Selma's to the right, the Exothermic to the left, and the impact from down below. And it's pretty well done by Ground Zero. Yes, it took a while, but the result quite good.
Guess that's one way to do it, isn't it? Keep him guessing. Keep Digital on his toes. Can't work both when they're opening up both walls. You've got to choose one or the other, and he chooses neither. Backing away now. Ground Zero have been given the ground. Problem is, although you got Kennel's wall open, there's still so much more you need to do. With a minute left, they don't have Rafters control. Bouncin has still got 2 magnets in the pocket that he has not thrown out yet, plus 2 ADS devices. Right now, I'm not going to say this is disaster zone for the Ground Zero, but all their attention is put over onto the Rafters player.
Well, Wettables was playing the position last time, and now he's trying to clear it. Bouncing under a lot of pressure, but the magnets offering support. Able to dodge some of that initial utility. The nade, though, it's red, but he runs away again. Doesn't get shot from the door as well. Disaster once more for Ground Zero. Now Worthy offers his support. Bouncing still prone, pops up, but gets taken down. 4-4 with 15 seconds remaining for the Chiefs to hold out and close out this map. Ground Zero elect to go deep, but it's a disaster. President down below in the 1 versus 4, and the Chiefs, they have put on a clinic. Clubhouse may be Dubhouse once more.
3 in a row for the Chiefs on Clubhouse in their past 3 matches. It's certainly looking a lot cleaner than what we saw toward the end of 21. And a well-needed, well-deserved 3 points on the board now projects them up into 3rd place. Whether they will stay there or not is yet to be seen. 3 more games to go for Playday 7, our final Playday of OCN. And look, we're happy with that because we take those wins.
Yeah, maybe in retrospect, probably an expected result, but I think just the way in which it played out, the Chiefs sort of, as I mentioned previously, were kind of in cruise control mode. They didn't have to show anything new. Yeah. The fundamentals across the board were quite nice. And Ground Zero, again, like the last round probably encapsulated it quite well. Just a lot of time to open up the double wall, a lot of time to clear out rafters, and ultimately that wasn't very successful and forced into probably uncomfortable plays like the rush in that final round. So I think Ground Zero probably over the break, they have a lot of time now to try and fix these mistakes and scrims, and I do think, honestly, they do have a really strong squad. They can bounce back, and I would expect them to start pushing the top 4 in Stage 2.
Turtle, what do you make of it? It seemed like it was pretty cruisy for the Chiefs. They weren't really tested in the way that, you know, they have been in the last 2 days, that's for sure.
Better, like we saw in Garage, they were able to work as a team, nade up. Unfortunately, no one was there to punish bouncing on the catwalk, but even on the wall, it was a bit slow, but it was really solid, and they worked well as a team. Just need to speed it up a little bit.
Look, I think There are definitely takeaways for Ground Zero. And Total, I'll go back to you here because I'm sick of hearing Guz's voice. I've heard it far too much in the last 3 days. I've got to ask you, I posed this question to Guz, benchmark, a pass mark for Ground Zero. Do you think that their first stage has been a pass mark, considering it is their first stage as a full roster in OCN?
I'm gonna go with what Guz said earlier. Not particularly. Like, if I was Ground Zero, I'd be aiming for like top 5 for the first stage. We saw what they could do in OCR. We saw them beat Overt, who are now Odium this year, who are currently sitting at what, 3rd?
Yep.
So we know they can beat those teams. It's just there's got a few issues to work out, a bit of identity issues, like work on a bit of confidence, and maybe they're getting there. Great, maybe breaking top 4 next season.
That would be exciting. I think that would be exciting and a good prospect for Ground Zero. I think if we're looking for them to step up, then top 4 could well be on the agenda. I mean, we've seen what's happened so far in Stage 1. We got Knights and Wildcard topping it out, which really don't know. I really just do not know how that was going to happen. But it is the way it's unfolding. Looking at Worthy and Boydie here, Guz, I really just think that the Chiefs were kind of allowing these players so much freedom. The leash was off, if you will.
Well, they quite literally were a couple of rounds. Probably the most notable was Boydie quite early on in the match, able to just straight up drop Logi, drop a couple of players in response, and Worthy got on the action. And it was sort of that interaction throughout the match, which was reflected in the scoreboard, where those players, even alongside others, being given the freedom, given the license to go for relatively aggressive plays where there were openings, and we know that they have the experience to execute upon those opportunities. So not too unexpected to see those players pop off, but nonetheless, really good performance from the pair.
And one player that continues to disappoint me is Digital. Let's bring him in for an interview, shall we? Have a bit of a yarn with the fella. Mate, it's got to be done. It does feel like today was a bit on cruise control. Do you reckon playing off the back of a bit of a high from last night's game?
Yeah, I think he said that. Okay.
Yeah.
It's always interesting, playing for the crumbs, as we said. So, just a fun one today. I think Guz put it across. I think at least we're sort of given the license to have a little freedom today and play around with, just pushes and whatnot. So yeah, no, it's just a big cruisy match. I think.
Hey, Dirge, how are we?
I'm good, Tettle. How are you?
Yeah, not bad. Hey, I just gotta give you a bit of opportunity, go on some people if you want. Like, you've had your haters this season, especially like after the roster changes. You want to say anything to them now? Qualify for the major?
Yeah, a lot of people switching up really quickly after now making the major, so it's good to see. The boys use it as fuel. It's good. If we're down and out and everyone's hating on us, it's good, and if everyone's supporting us, it's even better. So, just pay no mind to it and stick to no best and play for ourselves. So, yeah, I don't know. They can go stuff themselves.
Looking to next weekend, Dig, OCS, take on the best from OCN and OCL. What's the, mindset heading into that, right? Probably a decent opportunity to prep for the major, at least somewhat, I would think.
Yeah, I guess. Still, to be honest, don't know how it all works. I think it looks like a massive go for. I don't know. It'll be maybe one to test the endurance, maybe. So, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I'm sure we'll discuss it later on in the week and talk about our game plan and whatnot.
Well, I guess that's if you make it past the first round. Hey, Ditch. Look, want to give you the floor here, mate. God, I love you.
I'm so glad Rob doesn't cast. It's a blessing for us all.
I enjoy these moments far too much, Digital. I enjoy these moments. You know what? To be fair, I mean, there's no shock that I'm not casting. I can't believe you're still playing. That's the thing that shocks me.
Good stuff. Yeah, that's good.
You survived 3 roster changes.
Tip for tat.
Digital.
Tip for tat. Good stuff.
As we usually do, mate. Final comments before we let you go.
Thank you to the boys. Thank you to Chiefs. Thanks to our coaches. I don't thank them enough. So, thank you to Michelle. Thank you to Todd. Thank you to Hell. Their work this season's been really good. So, the support's always needed and always appreciated. And thank you guys for the cast as well. Thank you.
No worries at all, mate. Congratulations on the victory, and we will see you next week at the OCS.
Cheers, guys.
got to have a little bit of back and forth. There's got to be a little bit of it, guys. It really feels like Chiefs are coming into their own. There were so many questions coming into Stage 1. What were they going to look like? What were they going to be able to do? We thought disaster zone after the first couple of play days, but things have turned around for them.
Yeah, they've steered the ship in not even the right direction, a very good direction. Already qualifying for a major in the first stage is not to be scoffed at. And even here in OCN, being able to cap it off nicely in the 7th play day. Obviously, they found themselves in the mid-table, but heading into OCS, yeah, they could be going for all the marbles. I wouldn't be surprised if the Chiefs were able to put in another solid effort. And I don't know if technically it would be the back-to-back-to-back-to-back, because it's OCS, but they could maybe claim it. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll give them room in there to do it. I guess we're going to give them something. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. On the other side, Knights look to stay on top of OCN in Stage 1. Don't go there.
Thank for OCN.
The Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife safeguards our wilderness now and for the future. Our bushlands, our mountains, our valleys, our rivers are our responsibility. Whether you're just discovering the world or have built rich memories within it. Together we are one generation, and what we conserve today will be there for those tomorrow. There is no bigger legacy than the planet we share. Donate now.
Hey guys, it's Joshua from Banks Arcade. Wanted to let you know that we are teaming up with OCN International for our new song, Chosen. It is out now, and you can stream it on Spotify or any other streaming platform that you use.
got too many
Champions, you never count them out.
Both players are going to swing it right now.
What have they done? They just didn't The Chiefs have secured 3 points against Ground Zero. We now move on in the night. Knights take on Vertex. Is the bite going to be venomous, or are the Knights just going to do what they have done this entire stage long? They've only dropped one map, believe it or not, and that was to the Chiefs. No, actually, it wasn't even to the Chiefs, was it? It was diluted. Oh my god, it was actually to Odium. I totally forgot about that one. It was first Playday. Anyway, let's start talking about the Knights. Let's start breaking this stuff down. Turtle. This roster has come in and I think surprised all of us with the pickup of Stigs and Quiz. A lot of question marks were remaining around them, but they've certainly calmed us in OCN, to say the very least.
Yeah, gotta say, like, even those Knights, you know, they didn't make the major this season. They're stepping up. They're looking a lot better than Stage 3 last year. They brought in not a new face in Stigs, an old face actually, and a new young gun in Quiz, and it's just elevated the game from last year. They look even better. They looked amazing last year. But bringing these two guys in, the young Fragger in Quiz and a veteran on Stigs who's had that experience, you know, playing with Fnatic, now some of the best nines in our region there. He's bringing that to Knights, and they're clearly using it.
Can they do any wrong, Guz? Can they do any wrong? That's the real question.
Well, they're not perfect, and no team is. I think particularly in the opening stages of both OCN and in particular APAC, they did have some teething issues, but it seems like those were really sorted out. And towards the back end of APAC South, they're actually really, really strong. And I was quite surprised to see them not make it through the playoffs. I don't think the expectation for them, especially with the roster change, necessarily would have been, but ultimately, I think they will be at least somewhat disappointed. Now, though, they can focus all their energy here on the Oceania Nationals, and I'm keen to see if they can maintain first position.
Man, Juicy got me kind of feeling different ways looking
That's
at
some
that
good
camera
lighting.
there.
It feels like he's staring into my
stuck,
soul.
I know, he look at that. Oh my god!
Give us a kiss.
Oh, hang on a second. That's a bit, there you go, and I like that. I could have Juicy stare into my soul all day long. Vertex is who they come up against. K-Kid and the lot. I don't really, just the rarest units that have ever been. K-Kid certainly has given us something for the interviews. Turtle, what have you made of their performance so far this stage? Unfortunately, they've fallen short on a number of occasions by only 1 or 2 rounds.
Yeah, to be honest, like, Kaken at the start of the season, he was dealt a really hard hand. He lost most of his players to cheat or just wildcard, and he had to rebuild from scratch. And he was really new to the OCN scene as well himself. So he made what he could with, and he's got some solid players there. Jake Kenner, Neptune, easily some of the better players in OCL, and they've come up and they've proven they can, you know, hang with the top here. And yes, they've shown they're really consistent. They're taking these top teams to 7-5s. They just need to get over the line and secure some wins.
Hanging with the cool kids, Guz. They have been able to do so. You think they'll be able to here against the Knights? The Knights are just a different level, surely.
Oh, for sure. But honestly, Turd is actually bang on the money. Like, they've had so many close losses, and the round diff overall represents it. Ground Zero above them, -12. Anami below them, -24. They find themselves at only -4 round differential, despite being in 7th place. So a lot of their losses have been right down to the wire, and they haven't probably accumulated the points to reflect just how well they actually have been playing in this stage. But off the back of Ground Zero just losing against the Chiefs, Vertex do find themselves in a position to actually jump above, get a slightly higher seeding heading into the OCS. So this game isn't for nothing, and they'll be looking to gain a lot of experience from this match. I'm assuming the Knights are going to probably take it quite seriously. So Vertex, let's see what they're made of.
Well, we'll have to see what map they're made of on, if that makes sense. That was a very poorly worded sentence. But we do... Oh! Hello! Theme Park! Oh, this is the first time I have cast it since it dropped out of the map pool. Oh! Well, come back in the map pool, I guess you could probably... Either way, it doesn't make a difference. Guys! I don't know. What do you say to this?
Well, I'm really excited to hear your color commentary on this map. I'm sure it's going to be absolutely exquisite. And if APAC North and APAC South in particular are anything to go off, it's going to be quite slow, quite tedious. It actually, honestly, even after attacker repick and a lot of the changes we've seen since it actually departed the map pool, it doesn't feel like it's really sped up the map a whole lot. I think it's going to take time for that to come into fruition like we've seen on most maps, which have now started to speed up. So it's going to be slow, it's going to be methodical, and it's going to come down to which team gets the fundamentals down pat. And the Knights, honestly, if there's anything they've always been strong at, it is the fundamental game. So Vertex can't make any mistakes here.
Turtle, any expectations here? What, like, theme park, come on.
Honestly, I'm kind of rooting for Vertex now. We've seen initially, like when Theme Park came into the map initially, we saw some, you know, interesting stuff. Monty smoke plays, like hopefully, I don't know, something along those lines. Something to like really change up the game, spice it up by Vertex. I don't know, just something interesting for once.
Well, let's hope we can see that. I'll give you final comments before we get underway here, Turtle.
Hopefully it's a close one.
Well,
Nothing
I guess
really
that's
to it.
short and sweet, mate. Short and sweet, hopefully like this game. We'll go into this one. Knights taking on Vertex. We head to Theme Park, and this could cause a bit of controversy. If Vertex are able to cause the upset, it will leave first place open for the taking by yours truly Wildcard. But focusing here and now, first time we're seeing it in OCN.
That's a fun fact.
It is.
Oh my god, Kaken.
Oh, my God. Kaken, dude. What is wrong with it?
He must have his iron on close proximity or his kettle or whatever it is. Bit of electrical interference.
Yeah, that happens. Happens to the best of us, actually.
Maybe he's actually been hit by the Thatcher, but Thatcher has been banned, so probably not that.
I kind of want to say that was cringe, but I feel like it was kind of borderline, you know?
Yes.
It looks more like a mute jammer, if I'm being completely honest with you guys.
Yeah, it actually does.
I'll let you get away with the Thatcher.
We'll see if the mute does get banned out. But Jackal in response, so the roam clear might be slowed down even more. So expect the pacing of this game to be pretty slow.
Yep.
First defensive ban for Vertex will indeed be a Valk. Absolutely shocking. Does give Knights a bit of freedom here. They might go for something a little bit exotic, especially if Vertex are going to try and throw curveballs. Maybe it could be something like a Monty ban to dissuade that from taking place. But no, they'll be quite boring. And Mirror will once again enter the fray in terms of the ban phase. And yeah, honestly, I'm really clutching at straws to make any meaningful comment on that entire phase.
Exotic. I don't mind that from you guys. That's actually...
Yeah, like I hit the thesaurus recently.
Something a bit how you going about that. Look, here's another fun fact for you. 3 out of every 4 games played in OCN, Valkyrie has been banned. So, 75% is a pretty high ban rate for like nearly any operator, but specifically in this meta, no one wants to mess around with the Valk. Keeping in mind now, the intel game for the defense kind of diminishes quite drastically. Mirror, obviously, I don't know, you just write her off. We were talking about this before, and Valkyrie makes things a little bit more complicated just because of the pure size of this map. But regardless, we'll see how the Knights combat that. 78% on the community vote. You can have your say over at R6 Esports OCE on Twitter. That's where the polls are taken. Feel free to get involved. Let us know who you think is the better of the two.
Have you been getting on the polls, Rob?
Which ones? I have not.
The social polls. What other type of polls are there?
Well, there's
Rob?
a couple of different polls, you know? You've got the OCN polls, and you've got the APAC South polls. You know, you've got your predictions in chat. So there are a couple of polls that do take place in this area. So
That makes sense.
I just needed to clarify what poll you were talking about.
I'm really glad that you did clarify what poll you were talking about.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, all is well that ends well, guys. That's what my mother used to say.
Yeah. She told me that one as well.
When?
Well, heading into the first round, and it looks like Vertex are going for a cash across sweep. Bit of congestion early, though, from the Knights in response over towards this waiting hallway. Can't quite tell who that is. Is that Smoke? Mute? Oh, it was Mute. Nitro thrown out. It's Josh, close by with the MP5, but thinks better of that. Now fall back slowly back through waiting in towards office.
I like this. Slow burn that time on the top floor because we know how impactful the vertical control is on Throne. In fact, it's probably the most important part of Throne defenses. Josh to find a quick trade after Supremacist opens the round and fades back toward Yellow Stairs. Vertex Quite methodical in their approach here, taking bit by bit, cutting off the rotates toward Dragon. They call a split, and really the western side of the map is still so open and exposed.
Taken now, rotates down below in towards the gong room. Anticipating him to make his way alongside Zane inside maintenance, try and open lines of sight and entry positions in towards throne room. Juicy's close by. He has 2 impacts, but elects not to use them. Probably wouldn't have hit anyway. Got right of the wall. Second one though might. That's well played. Zane just needs to be really careful of the X-Kairos economy here. 4 more expended. Juicy responds, goes prone, feels that threat, but loses the fight.
Not ideal. Not ideal losing Juicy there. That's your hard anchor on site, which means now things are a little bit more exposed. I like this though. Drum's completely open for Josh to be able to rotate in and out of. Also a secondary player, so they really are playing for Vertex to try and force something here. 30 seconds. Knights have got all players on site now, so this is going to be really hard. This is just going to be a 4v3, as simple as it is.
Josh could be the wild card, pops up, finds one, finds another. He's third for the round, and it might be what the Knights need to win it out. Lights up one more. That Supremacist now low, the SMG in hand, and he finds that kill as well. He's on for the ace, but Stigs will take it away. Nonetheless, though, the Knights taking round 1.
Why would he do that? Stigs! That's dirty. Josh absolutely popping off to start things here. Could not be happier if you're a Knights fan. Thought things were looking a little bit drastic there, but Juicy bought a lot of time, ensuring that that opening and maintenance was just not going to happen freely. Although he loses his life, he does buy probably an extra, I'd say 10 seconds. And that could be enough at the end of the day. Now upstairs, Knights hold. Where's the extension going to be? That's a big question for me. Will they extend a cafe? Will they extend with an arcade hold down long? Will they make it simple and play from within vault? Vertex are going to have their work cut out for them here, and really, if I'm backing a team in on Theme Park, it's got to be the Knights.
Yeah, really aggressive from the Knights, though, in terms of operator selection in this round. They're not bringing the Mute or the Mozzie or the Bandit or the Kaid. They're not bringing anything really to deny drones or walls. So the extension here has to be aggressive. They have to be able to hold on. They do have the 2 reinforcements to later fall back, but without that wall denial, it's going to be so hard to hold. And again, Thatcher's off the board, so Supremacists would have been under a lot of pressure to be able to pull off the shock drone plays, but that's basically alleviated now.
Theme Park definitely known for their lengthy rounds. Kind of feels like it almost. Theme Park is a throwback to the 20-30 second meta that we used to have. There's just so much that you've got to clear, so many different avenues and point of interest that you have to contest before you can really start to make a mark. Saw it in the last round. It took a while to get rid of the vertical control. And then, I mean, from there, they just had no option. They had one way into sight with no one on site being punished. Stinks down. Oh, hello. Did you just throw an impact at him?
Yeah, a little bit cheeky. Who elsewhere finds Supremacists. Thankfully for Vertex, they don't have to deal with any wall denial, otherwise it would have been near impossible. Josh doubles down onto Zane, and this aggressive roam, this aggressive extension from the Knights paying dividends. Stigs wall bangs once more. Is traded, Caken on the window, but the damage, it's already been done by the Knights.
Certainly has. Only 2 players left standing with 1:30 left for Vertex on a Theme Park attack. Just chop this down to an unfortunate start to the round. And I'm very impressed by the Knights. Like, really, really impressed by how aggressive they're feeling in terms of, you know, who they really are as a roster. Haven't always been known as the roster that'll get in your face. In fact, more often than not, they're the ones that are methodical. Things have certainly changed with this quiz and Stig's pickup, and you're seeing it come to full fruition now. Vertex starting to line up in towards split, but they're going to be careful as they make their way past in the door. Like, this is just kind of a really nigh impossible task to achieve. There is just so many different avenues for Knights to try and play from.
Quite a tricky cross. Can they just find one? Maybe it's possible, but Quiz in the corner, tucked away. Sage as well, the deep cross inside a break. Quiz does get spotted. 2 versus 2 with 20 seconds remaining. Sage. Still in break. The patience. Oh, it pays off. And they just walk straight into their lines of sight. Knights for a second round.
That's the problem. It's all well while you're kind of able to take the long fights, but the second Knights stop showing face. You have to force out a break. You have to force past the long yellow hallway. And that is not ideal. That is really quite a tricky little task that you're posed with here. Oh, how good's the zoom? Oh, oh, you did him dirty. You definitely did him dirty there. Impressed so far from what we've seen from the Knights, clearly with quite a decent plan on how they wish to hold Theme Park. And they're just moving on. Keeping on, guys.
Is that how you're feeling right now?
It is. It is. I won't lie. I won't lie.
I can tell.
Yeah. Is this how you were feeling last night, or?
I don't think, honestly, I don't think I've actually ever been in a bad mood, Rob.
You know what? People have said that Guz is the nicest bloke they've ever met. Like,
I'm one of the more positive people on planet Earth.
Never once have we gotten into an Uber with like 3 of us and his headset's on before we're even in the Uber on multiple occasions. No one has ever said that. It's actually quite incredible. I do applaud your ability to be so social in those situations.
Oh, I'm a social animal. I'm a social butterfly, some may say.
You do love evolving into Uber conversations.
Hold that. Stiggs, the default, it was up. I don't know if it still is, but Stiggs getting a little bit excited over towards this exterior entrance to Cash. Looking for any repels. Doesn't really find much, but still going to hang around at least for now. Sees it. Hit the shot. Oh, the drone. At least cuts that off. Now 8 remaining for Vertex.
That was a really good point, Guz. Glad that we took the time to break that one down. Jake Kenner. Oh, this could be nice. Don't know whether he's going to find the timing. This hasn't been spotted as of yet, I don't believe. There we go. Drones are going to come aplenty up the stairs. Zane was not expecting it. Not only that, Quiz shoots a couple more drones and Vertex are not getting a... If bang for your buck is generally the saying, they are certainly losing every buck that they have.
Quiz still cutting down the drone economy. Now 5 remain. Stig still looking to aggress over towards Cash and Quiz as well. On the move, but Supremacist. Sharp with the AR-33 finds that kill. Stiggs goes for another wallbang like he did in the previous round, but this time it doesn't quite land. Minute 20 now remains for Vertex in the 4-on-4. They're in a pretty good position to start setting up for an Exi.
You see? What are you going to do? Okay. You can fall back. That's also another option. Not looking to muck about at all. I don't mind that. Vertex now. The Nook. You come up arcade stairs. Maybe you're fortunate to find one. But with the extension outside a break, don't know whether you're going to be afforded that. The player just... It's actually... I didn't realize they've doubled down just on that outer perimeter. Neptune's making his way up to try and pinch on with the rest of Vertex. 35 seconds remain. It's a 3-1 split.
Sage and Stiggs inside of initiation. The flashes from control, the peak. The play wins out though. Sage now swings and cut down. It's a 4 versus 2. Vertex with the clear advantage. Surely from here they can convert. Neptune sweeps from behind, but the timing, it could not have been worse. Now it's a 2 versus 2. 10 seconds on the clock. Jake Kenner in office, forced aggressive over towards Bathroom, still hits the shot. Josh now Can he remain composed? We're in red time. The Nitro will win the round if it lands, but it doesn't.
What? What? Hang on a second. Hang on a second.
Am I special, or should that have been a defensive round win?
Oh.
It was denied in red time, right? I don't think.
No,
it was
no.
stuck.
Jay Kenner was the player swinging.
Right.
But yeah. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. That was a little bit too close for comfort. Don't mind the play at the end there. But, I mean, that was a 4 versus 2, guys. And the timing from the Nook was just so unfortunate. Like, that I don't think that could have been worse timing on the 1v2, but more so on the Nook rotating around, just missing Stiggs, who denied the plant. It does give Knights a little bit of hope in that round, but really it's Vertex that walk away with all the hope in their hands. It's 1-2 at the moment, and I do feel like Throne is going to be incredibly hard for Vertex to crack unless they can figure out that little piece to the puzzle of how to actually apply pressure toward drums, where Knights just seem to sit and relax. I don't know whether Knights are going to feel too pressured. Too many long lines. Too uncomfortable.
I just want to watch that last round back. I seriously don't understand how the Pens didn't win it. I thought the Nitro hit the planter. Anyway, maybe it was. I don't know. Anyway, we'll look at that one a little bit later. As for now, the Knights, they'll be looking to refocus here for the Throne defense. Vertex look to take control from up above. Premises on the Twitch. Looking to see how much of an impact those shock drones can have. Neptune will get droned up ahead. The entry. Interesting enough, not running the LMG. Instead electing for the spear. Still packs a punch though. And he'll need that punch against Josh, who's aggressive once more. I think he saw the player there on the rappel, but the timing not quite right. A lot of angles that he can watch, but also a lot of angles that can watch him. So Josh in a very precarious position. He is getting aid though. I believe it was from Quiz. Juicy. That's one down though. That's a good response. Supremacist taken low as well, and Vertex on this entry finding life tough.
Certainly are. I feel like this has been kind of the name of the game. It feels like Knights have really been in the face every single time Vertex try to enter a site, try to enter the building. They're shut down. Knights have done such a good job in the first 3 opening rounds, now make it 4, of ensuring that Vertex's path into the site has been dramatically diminished into what is, again, another 2 versus X situation. This is looking all too good. And there's just no avenue. There's absolutely no avenue for Vertex here. Even if you go both from the same direction, like what are you going to achieve? You're not going to be able to trade out a 2 versus 5, and there's a player flanking.
Probably fair to say that this round is over, especially Throne having to filter in towards these doorways. One up to the east near Black Dragon and the other west through Split. Either way is not going to be fun as an attacker. And the Knights can bunk down in towards site. Quiz though thinks, I don't want to wait that long. Finds Kaken. Now leaves Supremacist into 1 versus 5. Oof. Gets an exit frag. The Knights hungry for more though, playing around that diffuser, and it's Sage prone with the pistol.
Don't get too excited. I wish you would. Wish you would get excited, guys.
Right, so this was round 3 where the Nitro went out. Neptune.
Yeah, it's the sledge.
Oh! Whoa!
Hang on!
Whoa, yeah. Wait,
Hang on!
I think that was in the budget.
Hang on a second.
Okay, so the planter did survive, so
Yeah.
that makes a bit more sense. I thought the planter died, that's why I was a little bit confused. Tricky to tell.
But even then, how did the C4 kill register? Because Jay Kenner found the kill first.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Let's just say that Nitro cells are a little bit strange. There's a bit of shenanigans sometimes. We'll leave it at that, but yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, just leave it there. Why not? This is really just looking clinical, and I dare say it is certainly going to be a tale of two halves, so I don't want to get too excited yet for the Knights, but so far, little to no mistakes have really been made. You could probably argue, you know, their tertiary site wasn't fantastic, but also Vertex did a very good job of trading out efficiently and then taking the advantage and running with it, so focus up now, because the bigger question probably surrounds whether it's going to be a 4-2 or a 5-1 half. I would say it's going to rely on this next round, because the Bugs defense was 2v4, I think. So have to wait and see. The Cafe is certainly going to be the point of contention to begin with, which is where Vertex were absolutely not pushing from last time. Really trying to find their way through cash and a little bit of an arcade push as well.
Tell you what, if I get one more ping in the general channel of Discord from players shit posting, I'm just muting it. Honestly, it's really distracting.
Don't know how
Keep
you've done
it, keep it
D&D.
professional. Keep it.
Speaking of professional, Guz,
What?
you're not.
Yes, I am.
You're not fooling anyone. What are you playing at?
Vertex keen for calf control. Potentially an early nade. Maybe doing some utility over towards the box position. Pinch as well. And this southern rappel. Can be a bit of a scary position. A lot of jump outs on that exterior portion of the map. We just need to be mindful of that. But with double claymore now available, I would assume it's not as much of an issue. And then we see the Vetera is activated from Supreme. Seems to be on drone duty throughout this game, whether it be on the Twitch or now the Flores. Looking to see if there's more that can clear. Sun was now deployed on the quad wall. And Josh forced to get aggressive.
Could do something big here. Really depends on how much attention Vertex is putting onto site and doesn't realize where he is. Stigs goes down on a long line. Knights, not a favorable fight. If you continue to take these long lines, backing in the attacker every day of the week, you have to all better of it. 40 seconds remain here. They've got pressure in a lot of different areas here, Vertex. I'm liking this change up of the push. May well test Knights to no limits.
30 seconds remain. It's a close one. Vertex looking to keep themselves in this match, keep the scoreline close, but Supremacist falls to Sage. Man, disadvantage. It's compounded. 3 for Sage in the round, and Josh should claim this one. He does. Kaken left all alone with the AK in hand. He does get one, but with 10 seconds left, it's not looking great. The Knights really starting to build some meaningful momentum now, and Vertex respond with attack.
It needs to happen. 4-2 half is manageable on Theme Park. Certainly manageable. What is not manageable, by any means, is 5-1. Kaken truly with the mute jammer just outside his door. We're waiting for the response. We saw glimmers of hope in round 3, which gives us a little bit more heading into the tertiary side. That's what it sounds
Have
like?
a seizure. Change the cams. There we
away.
go. Thank you. Oh, I don't want to miss anything.
Gonna miss anything? Come on, mate. What are you talking about? Just cake.
Supremacists marshalling the troops.
Yeah.
Being quite a vocal member of the team. Just an opportunity to ponder what has been a little bit of a slow start here for Vertex. Theme Park attack, though. I mean, at the best of times, it's hard. Never mind when Thatcher's off the board and the Knights are the top team in OCN. So let's see maybe if, off the back of this attack, they can win their next attack. And 2-4 wouldn't be the worst, honestly. I think they'd be relatively happy with that. But in terms of the start, it has been quite rough.
Attackers need to
A roughie indeed, and it's time for us to turn up the energy, you know? Out of the frying pan into the fire guzzler. Ready to go. Ready to go. Pumping. Absolutely pumping.
You sound excited. That's what I'm
Trying to. Oh, drug. I don't mind this. Don't mind this.
Actually, it's technically now called Lab.
Oh, sorry.
And I don't know. I don't know what the B-bomb site's called, actually. Is it storage? I think it's Lab and Storage or something. They have... They did change it a little bit after the rework. It's no longer... I mean, the colloquial terms for the sites are probably words that I can't say on broadcast. But
5 seconds left.
I'm sure anyone that has...
My apologies, girls.
No, that's okay. We all make mistakes.
We do.
But the Knights haven't made too many in this game, right? And they'll be looking to 5-1 lead here. I don't mind, honestly. Just why not go for a bit of an off-meta site? It's honestly not an awful site by any stretch. And the Knights, for the most part, have shown that they can go for relatively aggressive roams, even without wall denial, and make it work. So now with the mute back in the fray, and some of these more aggressive operators like the Warden, for example, now being brought in, I'm keen to see how do Vertex approach it. Do they try and sneak past through the front lines and maybe actually direct hit site, or do they actually go to the effort, going for the full sweep? And at the moment, it looks like that's going to be the play.
Well, I mean, considering you think about how hard it was for Initiation and Bolt to hold for Knights, I am glad that we are seeing just a little bit of a shake-up. And it could be enough at Vertex just to be thrown a little bit off here. A little bit of contact, they're just being shot through the walls. Supremacists, obviously, just a little tickle. Not much to it. And taking our time here for Vertex, it does mean that when push comes to shove, I feel like a site like Storage Lab, whatever you want to call it, it's going to be quite tough if you don't have a lot of time to play with. And man count hasn't been diminished by any means. Knights aren't pressing the issue across toward Cash, which has allowed them to push well past where they have previously. But now this is when they'll start to see a little bit of hesitation, a little bit of discomfort from the Knights.
Yeah, I don't know if the mute... It doesn't look like there's mute jammers on the Inish wall or office either. So should be pretty breezy for Kaken to get summers on the walls and or Zane to get secondary hard breach on them. And it looks like that's the play. Job's not done though. Still some presence. And Josh, the pre-placed Nitro, drops Neptune. That was inside of waiting. 0 and 5 for Nep so far, so not the greatest of starts. And the Knights now with the advantage will look to roll this forward. And 60 seconds now remain.
Josh just prancing back and forth around break. Zane has been able to find that kill. But when you think about the time, it has really just been lost for Vertex here. And Quiz still holding up above is just going to make Vertex's job near impossible. Oh my god. Oh my god! Quiz! He's unbelievable! He's undeniable! Unimaginable! A quad kill! And a great round for the Knights. What's wrong, Guz?
Just blew my eardrums out. But yeah, a really good round there from the Knights and a good half as well. A 5-1 lead. Staring down the barrel now of a map win, you would have to assume. Yes, it was theme park defense, but they did it in such a clinical fashion. Quiz with the 4K. One after the other, Vertex struggling to trade and Quiz just running a riot. The Knights win this. 3 points in the bank. They will finish first for the first stage of OCN. Wildcard currently trailing by 2 points. The only way they'll stay alive with the hope of jumping them is Vertex claim this one. And at the moment, I gotta say, that's not looking likely.
Nope. Not by any means. They've got a very long way to go. Like I said, 4-2, you could convince me that they've got enough to play with, but 5-1 on theme park and you're versing in-form Knights in OCN.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Definitely going to be giving them every bit of the love. So this round will really determine where this goes. A tertiary site for the Knights is an off-pick for Vertex, hopefully catching them out. I mean, you secure this site, and maybe I start to believe. Oh, no. I didn't even see the Monty. Ah, not like this.
Well, that's a curveball. feel like it's been a while actually since we've seen Juicy play the Monty, so
Yeah.
excited to see it brought out. And honestly, on some of these sort of clears you see on Theme Park, having someone that can literally just walk forward with a shield would be relatively protected from multiple lines of sight. Not bad. Scout ahead, gain information, gain map control. Not impossible to counter, especially Nitros from down below are going to be a weakness. But that's being covered with Stigs playing that position. So I think this Monty has the potential to do quite a bit of damage. Vertex need to be careful.
That they do. Running on quite the cautious lane. Knights are swift enough on this sweep across. There could be in all sorts. The problem is I haven't really seen a lot of what Knights have been able to achieve just far. While still not in their own hands. As Juicy now makes his way in just to force these players back a little bit further. Once they get control, it's one of the check marks. And they will be able to kind of levitate to and fro from south to north. I love this. Just the it's just a bigger Osa shield, essentially.
Does allow Sage to progress forward and gets Mexcaris on this wall in control into initiation. It's a line of sight.
Damn it.
So well played. Zane, under so much pressure, falls apart. Juicy confirms that play is down. They'll look for the kill, and it's Sage to clean it up. Juicy now with sight control. He'll push forward. 45 seconds remain, and Juicy will go for the plant. The shield on his back for coverage, but that won't protect him from the gas. Forces him back. Vertex doing a good job to deny that initial push. Kaken, no gas canisters remain, however, and Josh is holding the cross deep through waiting. Sage, once more, gets more Excaro on the wall for an additional rotation. Where's the denial from Vertex? Juicy looks so uncomfortable. Zane, part of me already taken down, as Kaken obviously low from that engagement. Neptune elsewhere. Jay Kenner as well. The Knights, they just cannot get this diffuser on the ground. Sage as well. Oh my word, Jay Kenner playing so well in this round on the Kaid, and Juicy with the pistol. He won't be able to win that out. Vertex, hold firm.
So confused. So confused. I thought there was so much time for Knights to play with there. They had control of control. They were able to find the first pick, which alleviated the pressure at the back of the site, which also meant Juicy could go back and sit on his laurels. If that kick goes down, I don't know whether Vertex are in a position to try and retake. One smoke canister is all that was able to deny for time. I think a C4 was thrown out a little bit later. But it's the players around Knights that fall that really just crumble that round in their own hands. I think two players trying to find someone on the flank on the other side over toward Vault. Just doesn't pay off. And now, with the attention, Vertex have moved to yet again another quote-unquote off-meta site in storage and lab. We haven't seen Throw yet, haven't seen Bunks. Very interesting.
Quite the lineup here from Vertex. They've got the castle. That stands out.
5 seconds to go.
The Echo. Capcan as well, obviously. The E1D devices don't see a ton of play, but they can be quite dangerous. Especially if you want to be able to chip away at the likes of a Montang, could be helpful. Quite intriguing that Vertex have headed us to this site so early on in the rotation. I guess probably a sign that they're not too fearful. Josh has no fear either. Straight in towards Lab, but cut down immediately. No trade from the Knights. Josh goes for the solo play. He pays the price.
It's always the problem, and it is the back and forth that you have in a situation where you try to play solo, where you try to play aggressive, you try to counter what is a roaming Jakenna. Not even necessarily a roaming Jakenna, I should say. More of a hard hold Jakenna. In any case, not great. Not great at all. I think if Josh finds one kill, yeah, you could definitely claim some sort of action back. You have got to be kidding me.
That's
Knights
unfortunate.
really not doing their due diligence in this one, Guzzler.
No, the cruise control approach not ideal. And Zane just being a little bit of an annoyance. Neptune down below. May have found something had that have come out a little bit earlier. Nonetheless, though, the Knights now with control inside of initiation. A line of sight as well behind that Talon shield facing in towards Supremacist. He falls down the bunk hatch though, regroups with the team. A decent extension so far from Vertex. They've wasted time, they've wasted utility, they've chipped away at the Knights. One player down, another low. It's not looking good.
Not even remotely. But we've seen them bring it back from stranger positions. Vertex certainly caught Knights off a round or two where we thought that they were done and dusted. Specifically the bunk I'm thinking about, but Quiz has gone down, meaning 2 players on less than 20 HP and a Monty is not really going to be enough in this situation. They've not been able to hit any of the check marks. They do bring the player up, but just instantly dropped again. This is done and dusted. Vertex, great round in Storage and Lab so far.
Being clean. And I mean, realistically, the Knights, they don't come back from this round. It would be mightily impressive if they did.
Do it.
Zane alone, that's a kill. Confirms it. Stigs was low elsewhere, and now he's all alone. 1v5. No kit, no hope. And Vertex with a flawless round.
We did say it was going to be a tale of two halves. What's really impressive for me is the way the Vertex have done this. Generally, we would pretty much... You're either going to bunk and daycare, or you are going down into the throne. It's just as simple as that. They've gone to the 2 hardest sites and won both of them. And pretty convincingly as well. That was, what, 4 or 5? I think that was a flawless round. 5 players left alive, if not 4. The round before, 3 or 4 players. This is not great signs for the Knights. They seem to be struggling thus far. The Monty not really working to the fullest effect. Doesn't help when Josh sends it in so early. And there is no trade. There is no love at all there. Seeing the Warden brought out. Bit of a pocket pick here and there. Don't really know what the Warden would really necessarily be for in this instance, but...
just get kills. 1.5
Simple
MPX.
as that.
It's really not... yeah. Can't really overthink it. There might be some smokes in play, but I doubt it. So...
Life's pretty simple when you're making those kind of points, Guz, you know?
Yeah.
You make jobs easy.
Yeah, there are no smokes in play. So
there you go.
Pardon me, Joe Kenner is just going to, again, like, run and gun. He's got the license, 9-6, he's top fragging. And sometimes just having that Warden in play is great. And with Valk banned, it means that he is the only other defender with the MPX available. So, can be a laser.
Need to see something more from Knights here. Remembering this is, it actually is kind of important for those that weren't here in the pre-show. The lack of playoffs that we have for OCN throughout 2022, unfortunately, does mean that wherever you finish in the standings, each stage is where, in fact, you will finish overall. So Knights at the moment are actually playing for first place. They secure all 3 points, and they will 100% be going through as the first seed to OCS, as well as finishing on top for OCN. And then I think team behind them, wild card. So yeah, I think Knights only need an overtime loss here to secure this, but in any case, you want to be able to prove this. You want to be able to do it undeniably. So we'll wait and see.
Ooh, with a claw, a little bit too late. Now a line of sight exposing the back of Throne. That's a power position that often teams on the defense will want to be able to bunker down in and find some security come the late round. Decent start for the Knights, but half the round has now concluded. I don't think they're all that keen really on actually taking full control up above, probably going for the point of least resistance, but resistance there is. Zane, despite the wall being open, doesn't back down. Sage, the first to fall.
Soon to follow is who? That's the question. Who? Knights. Progressing toward the site, but they don't have a hell of a lot of ins. Quiz, in fact, is trying to find himself an in. There's no one there to trade. I love the initiative, but really, I've got to see someone else there for Knights to try and support him. They've got to be able to back each other up. Kakin just finds an easy kill on the Juicy. Knights are just giving rounds away, bit by bit. This is not looking good.
Not looking good at all. I really thought a 5-1 half for the Knights would be more than enough to be able to close it out very comfortably, but Vertex giving them a run for their money. 4-5 is going to be the scoreline. They have been flawless so far on this defensive half. They had issues on the attack, but it seems like those are being felt by the Knights as well. Stig's still trying to get inside the objective, gets one. No time though to find the next three, and in fact he should be off the board. He is Jay Kenner, the Warden, activated. Vertex really making a statement here in the second half.
Really impressive. Really, really impressive from Vertex, especially after the 5-1 half that Knights put up. Maybe a bit different again if you're saying 4-2, but it's certainly looking like it's going to be a comeback for Vertex. OT could well be pushed, and it might not even get to OT. Could you imagine 6 rounds straight on the trot for Vertex? You wouldn't hear about it. It may well happen, but it might slip under. Knights take their tack at a pivotal time as well. This is what we've talked about so much recently, is taking it at an opportune time and not letting it slip away.
Gee, Juicy getting, I don't know if animated is the right word, but
yeah,
definitely taking the tactical timeout very seriously here and rallying the troops up a bit. Can only assume that there's some issues that they're having on these attacks clearly, and Juicy's making sure that those are mitigated for the upcoming rounds. Vertex, to their credit, after a bit of a slow start, are bouncing back. Still, a 5-1 half might prove too costly, but must be said they put the best foot forward. And the Knights not really having any particularly close attacks. I think Initiation, which we're heading to now, is probably the closest, but they did struggle to get the plant down. So if there's any opportunity, at least for the Knights here, to start biting back and finally get themselves on that match point and at minimum force OT, it's this objective where they probably should have most promise.
Really, really surprised that we're not seeing we're not seeing Bunk from Vertex here. We could have actually gone the full sweep around the world, which very rarely do we ever see. Very, very rarely.
5 seconds left.
But here we go. Knights, they're really being pushed out of limits here. Juicy off of the Monty for the first time in the second half and has moved on to the OSA. Like you said, getting quite animated in that tack. So very clearly Knights don't want to be giving this one up. They want to get this done and dusted. And really all it's going to take is 2 rounds. That's all it's going to take.
Well, as often is the case on Theme Park, the attack will kick started on the roof.
Bomb located by
I have DC'd, so Rob,
Okay,
enjoy.
fair enough. Well, unfortunately, Mr. Guzzler has DC'd, so I'll have to step in for him. Just a bit average from him, honestly. Just the kind of thing that we expect from Guzz. Just disconnecting, leaving his casters out to dry. Vertex. Can they make this work? Can they go a 4th round straight on their defense? Are they going to cause Knights as much trouble as they have previously? Or are Knights taking this a bit more seriously now? It does look like they're starting to get a lot more of a an idea. 2 players going in together for the first time I think I've seen this entire second half. Knights grouping up and droning well ahead here. Nice use of the Roteros. That'll be an ADS and a deployable shield gone. Talon shield progresses as well on the back of some of these gnarly little pieces of util. Ooh, Juicy.
Gets it down. Zane in the flame. Oh my, Stigs. Uses it against him. Well played. An awkward one there to open up proceedings. Knights the advantage, and we haven't been able to say that a whole lot in this second half. Can they convert this though? Last time they got in towards initiation. They had a lot of time, but they still couldn't get the diffuser stuck. 55 seconds now. Vertex, well aware of that, will likely look to lean into plant denial once more.
Yeah. Bilmal here. Taking their time as well. 35 seconds left. Nice. Start to get a move on. You need a bit of time here to try and get the shield down for Juicy. The talent shield will give them some sort of reprieve, but with 25 seconds, my God, it just continues to dwindle down. Only one smoke blade left.
There it is, perfectly on top of Juicy. Kaken, in the midst of that smoke, looks to get aggressive, but thinks better of it. Jake Kenner still holding down the line as Josh does take down Kaken. Quiz as well onto the Jaeger of Supremacist. With 5 seconds left, the Knights need to start getting this plant down. Juicy forced to stick 2 players to cover. Neptune looks to rotate. It is stuck. We now are in a post. Neptune, a sharp shot, leaves it up to Juicy and Sage in the post. They have good positions, but Juicy's low. The LMG should be able to cut him down. Juicy hits the elbow, but not much more. And now they're backed into a corner, but they make it work. Knights on match point.
Much, much better for the Knights. They give themselves time to make mistakes and get back on that horse. What I really liked was actually the use of those impacts for the Maestro to get a little bit closer. The air jab's obviously trying to isolate the defense and suffocate them into initiation. Nearly worked, honestly, nearly worked. But it doesn't. And the biggest part for all of us here, Knights in doing this have just secured top place in OCN.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Oh, the Chiefs' streak is now officially broken. Of course, there was no opportunity for the Chiefs to finish first today, but nonetheless, it's now across the line. The red tape has been broken.
Yep.
And well done by the Knights.
Bomb located by attackers.
Maybe we're into a new era.
They have. Sure have.
Domestic era, how nice would that be? See the Knights come back out on top, guys. It'd be unbelievable.
They want the full 3 though. One, because it means that they can probably go back to playing ranked or whatever a bit quicker, but...
Guys, not everyone's like you.
5 seconds left.
Wouldn't mind playing some ranked right now.
Yeah? You've been on the ranked line recently, haven't you?
I have.
Come across any pro players, or...?
Do you think that's why I've been having these mood swings?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There is a direct correlation with your mood swings and you starting to play ranked again.
Positive mood swings, of course.
Yeah.
I go from being mildly happy to being ecstatically happy.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy. Like, you all know what Guz is like. Like, he is just such an emotional person that when he's happy, it's just unbelievable.
Are the Knights going to go for this rush again?
I'd love to see
not.
it.
Well, they're
if they
tripling
do it,
down.
they need to. Yeah.
Here we go. Jay Kenner, though, gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. Oh my God, Jay Kenner. The UMP for 3. And Vertex not going down without a fight. Wow. What a response.
How are you going to let him do that to you? Jake Kenner has single-handedly manhandled the Knights. Now, granted, I actually don't mind the call there. This time, they finally decide to flush all the players in together. But even then, it's so disjointed. You got players sitting out hoping that the kill comes through. Jay Kenner just demoralizes Knights. We could be going OT here. I cannot believe I'm saying this. Vertex are not messing about. Now, if they do lose it from here, this will be, let me just count this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, these poor guys. This will be their 5th 7-5.
Oh my God.
Now, one of them was a win. but it will be their 5th game of 7-5s. What on earth?
That is really rough. And you don't get any points for 7-5. It's not being pushed to OT, so you're not confirmed at least 1 point. It's just nothing. If they only had have converted maybe 1 or 2 of those across the line, they would have doubled their points and they'd actually find themselves in the top 4. So it goes to show that a couple of rounds can make all the difference. And Vertex still fighting for 6th position here, currently equal with ground 0. But if they at least win the next round, they'll be bumped up, because they'll confirm themselves at least 1 point for overtime, which would be quite the effort. They can't jump the Chiefs even if they get to the full 3. That's off the cards anyway. They didn't have that head-to-head. So they can only, from this point onwards, jump up 1 position in the standings, and it comes down to this round. They win it, they jump up. They lose it, obviously, they'll stay where they are.
Sticks here might be the very first point of contact. You can see the yellow pings coming out. It's quite important that they do. So he's kind of faded back a little bit further. So maybe the first kill not coming as soon as what I had have hoped for. The Vertex are certainly finding themselves toe-to-toe with a giant of Oceania and competing toe-to-toe with them. Kind of crazy to think. And, you know, just for context, guys, if they really had converted all of their games into OT, they would have a further 4 points on the board, which would put them, up to today, it would have put them in par with the Chiefs. So, a little bit of another fun fact for you. Cake in. C4 nowhere near going to land yet, but it could well have an impact. Just a little bit off there, Sledge. No doubt sweating a little bit.
Good to go now for the Knights. Most of the groundwork done and top floor control established. Now it comes down to main walls on site. Maintenance, the flashes go over, the grenades as well. Looking to clear the electric floor off the wall, and it is indeed successful. The exothermic allowed to expose this position.
This is where we saw Knights just be so proficient. So too Vertex as well, in fact. Bit more vertical pressure this time around, as Knights haven't lost as many players to easy 1v1s. I say easy, it's never easy, but we've now got a couple of different avenues on the site. 25 seconds left. Vertex, they're going to have to pop off here. This is going to come down once again to pure contact.
15 seconds. 5 versus 5. It's going to get messy. Stiggs gets the first. Caking with the shotgun, though. Able to bunker down inside of Armory. But here's the response from the Knights. They flood the site. Juicy goes for the plant. 2 players to cover. It's Sharp from the Knights. Quiz able to hold down the line. And they're so close now to locking in this map. And they do it. The Knights. They are the champions of OCN for Stage 1, and a regulation win to top it off in Playday 7. It looked a little bit dicey in the second half, but able to eventually get it across the line.
Arguably went longer than I think most would have anticipated, but they get it done nonetheless. They'll brush that one off, and with it, they find themselves an OCN title, something in which has eluded them for a very long time now. First place, after being last place in APAC South for Stage 3 of 21. Good to see them flip things around and really start to show us what their worth truly is. We may have a new dynasty on our hands.
Ooh, could be the start of something bigger, I guess. You never know. It was pretty humble beginnings for the Chiefs, and they made their run in the Knights. Honestly, I don't think they're probably anywhere near where their potential skill cap is, right? I think there's still a lot of room of improvement for this team, and we've seen that in APAC where they couldn't quite hit the mark. And yeah, I think over the next couple of months we're going to see them get even better, even stronger, and it's going to be up to the teams like the Chiefs, I think, to probably try and fight back.
Turtle, what do you make of this game? Theme Park, the very first time we've seen it in OCN, and it comes in the final Playday. In fact, it comes in the 26th match of Stage 1.
Honestly, just glad to see something other than Chalet and Clubhouse, and you know, to end it off like that was pretty nice for Knights. As a bit defensive side, was getting a bit worried towards the end there, but you know, they managed to clutch up in the end and get last round.
It's all that matters, isn't it, Guz? I think we can be pretty happy with, I guess, the majority of the performance from Knights, but really I'd like to talk about Vertex for a second here. 5-1 first half. They go to 2 tertiary sites. I mean, we're calling them tertiary sites. I would imagine that Lab and Storage and Initiation are probably the 2 sites that are least played. I'd have to have a look at the stats to back that up. But they certainly push Knights to their limits.
Yeah, for sure. They mounted a really, really good resistance in that second half and proved that they could test the limits quite a bit with the Knights. They even forced their hand with the tactical, and I think that was probably the moment where the Knights were able to then really sort of focus in and start to mount a bit of a comeback of their own. But Vertex, credit where credit is due, but an unfortunate sort of echoing of their stage 1 story where they just keep pushing games to a 7-5.
Yep.
But they don't quite have that next gear to be able to at least at minimum push overtime. If that was the case, as we mentioned, the scenarios for them, it could have looked very, very different. They would have probably cracked into the top 4 if they pushed more of those games to OT.
It's pretty upsetting when you think about it like that. They had 4 games at which finished in a 7-5 loss, which is why you see Vertex down the bottom of the scoreboard. In fact, last in the scoreboard from what I can see, with only a -5 round differential. Like that's pretty crazy when you think about how it's actually panned out for them. However, Turtle, what are your takeaways for Knights here?
Takeaways for Knights, you know, they looked solid as ever, except for those, you know, attacks were a bit slow there. But, you know, that, as Guz said, that tech timeout, they really, apart from that rush, they really pulled together and managed to speed things up, stop giving, you know, Vertex these free ones, and just, you know, play more as a team.
Well, the Don certainly seemed quite communicative in that tack timeout. Let's bring him in for the interview. Juicy, it's good to see you, mate.
Yeah.
All smiles in the end. It looked a little bit dicey there. Were you guys feeling the pressure?
Nah, no pressure, just figuring out ways we could close it out. I don't know. We just a few rough rounds, but we got there eventually.
Yeah, congrats. You guys are now the OCN champs for stage 1. Do you reckon you guys sort of made a statement with the second half of the season for you guys?
Or just, yeah, I think so. I think we're just getting better and better as I say. So we're finding our groove in a little bit, you know, a few rough patches here and there with, you know, some of the attacks and whatever, but I think that's just the map as well. So I think we're finding our groove, but I think we're getting better and better. It's just more time. That's what we need.
Yeah, well, you have next week, Juicy, in the OCS. What's the goal there? I think probably all eyes for you guys on that to take the crown as well.
Yeah, we might as well just try to win it. We're here now, aren't we? So, you know, we unfortunately didn't make playoffs in the major, so, you know, we'll just have to take what we can get at the moment. So let's try to win this.
Juicy, without you being too humble, I mean, you guys have finished first in OCN. You finished 4th in APAC South and had some pretty decent performances there. How much longer do you think you're going to need? I mean, this roster seems like it's kind of coming to quite a decent point.
I think we're at a good point. Like, there is improvements to be made, obviously, but I think it's just the little things at the moment that go wrong, whether it be like a little bit of comms here and there, or like just figuring out still a couple of things that people like to do, or certain spots that people want to play. I think when everything is, you know, like that is fixed, then I think we can, you know, improve even further. But we're in a good spot at the moment. Quite happy.
Smaller details that need to be ironed out. Juicy, final comments before we let you go. You know, you've got the script in front of you. We always know it. I'm already hearing it.
Bro, I try to change it up, but I don't know what else to say. But as always, thank you to the broadcast team, thank you to my teammates, all of our support staff, and the fans. Without you guys, it wouldn't happen every week. So thank you, boys.
Jeez, you're getting flawless with that, mate. As you are in OCN.
Short and sharp.
Oh, short, sharp, and sweet. That's how we like it, mate. We'll see you in the OCS next week. Congratulations on your first place.
Lovely. Thanks, boys.
Ah, Juicy. God, I love him. He just keeps me honest. Turtle, once again, we do see Knights, you know, in a position where they've proven us wrong. I think, you know, I'd probably look back to stage 2 of last year where they really came into their own. Obviously, things kind of crumbled around them after that, but it does feel like they could be, I don't want to say the next big thing for OCE, but they truly could be.
Yeah, like at the start of the stage, you wouldn't really be having that conversation, but the second half, they've really shown they are a top contender. They are really a top team. They just need to find that consistency in Apex South and just keep going like they are in OCN.
Just trek along, guys. Speaking of trekking along, how do you think Vertex are gonna? I mean, like if I asked you the the kind of question about Ground Zero, you've pretty much got a whole new roster with Kakin just being the core one.
Yeah.
How do you think that they've actually gone this stage?
I think the fact that they pushed so many games to 7-5, as we've mentioned a couple of times, just doesn't fully represent in terms of that transitioning across to the scoreboard, because they're just not getting the points that arguably they do deserve. If they push even just a couple of those to OT and snatch some points, it really does change their entire outlook. So that's the goal for them heading into the second stage. They've done, decent enough to scathe away the relegation threat. So in that regards, they've done well. But it's about taking that next big step of being able to close out games. They do that. Top 4, very, very serious for the second stage.
Well, I'm sure there are a couple of teams that might be sweating in and around that. Odium being one of them, considering they are now contesting in the top 4. They go up against Anami, the top uppers.
Wild card.
Day for it, lads. Wow.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
Hey guys, it's Joshua from Banks Arcade. Wanted to let you guys know that we are teaming up with the Oceanic Nationals for our new single, Chosen. It is out now, and you can stream it on Apple Music or any other streaming service that you use.
Thank for OCN.
2. You're making them up versus 1. The 2 champions. He never counts them out. Both players are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They just didn't
Only 2 games remain here for OCN Stage 1, believe it or not. Gone quick. Odium and Onami go head-to-head now. 10 points, the difference. 4 wins to 0. I hate to say it, but this one feels like it could well be a bit of a stomp toward the end. I don't really know what to make of this game. Turt, do you have any thoughts going into it?
I mean, if I'm Onami, like, I'm not trying to do, like, this game doesn't matter to me. I'm just trying to, like, play as best as I can, learn some stuff, and get a bit of momentum heading into this relegation match later this month.
It's really strange. Like, it's really, when I look at the results right now, we'll talk about Onami in a little bit, but when I look at the results, it's just, it's actually mind-boggling to see how it's been such a difference of their, you know, of their round differential, but I guess we'll probably talk about that when we get to them. Sawyer and co have really led a great start to the season, and then kind of fell off a little bit, guys. It's I don't know whether fell off is the right way of putting it, but it does feel like for the last 2 weeks they have been somewhat missing.
Yeah, but overall, honestly, they don't find themselves in the worst of positions. They're still a threat for the top 4. And they've probably been able to recover pretty well from some of the doubts that they did have over the roster heading into the first stage. So Odium, probably a pretty big tick for them. I think they'll be relatively pleased with how the performance has gone and how the roster changes and inclusions. Archers have sort of phased out, and overall, heading into this, the mindset for them is just going to be, it's just another game. Don't overthink it. Get the win across the line. Get ready for OCS.
Well, they definitely did go flawless in the first 4 Playdays, beating Knights, Bliss, and Wildcard. Since then, they've lost to the Chiefs and Vertex, possibly a third on the agenda. Onami are the team that they go up against. And Turtle, do you have any good news for me on the Onami roster? Do you think that there's any hope here?
I think they have some really solid players on there. I think, like, Archie, Yui, and AFX, like, they're all good in there by their own means. They can get in there, they can find these kills. It's just, as a team, I've said this week in and week out, along with Vast, they don't really have a clear goal. They don't have a good, like, team identity. They don't know what they want to do, and they just, it seems like there's a lack of leadership in game. So hopefully they've figured that out now. In these last few games, they have looked a little bit better, but we'll see tonight.
Certainly will have to. Guz, do you think maybe if they find their own identity, they may well start to improve a little bit?
Well, they've got a week to do it, right? Relegations is on the other side. It's not that long to go. They don't have a quick turnaround. So today is an opportunity for them to, as Turt mentioned, actually build a bit of momentum heading into the next week. It would be disappointing for them to just completely bomb out of this match, for example, and probably wouldn't fulfill them with much confidence that they can survive that threat of relegation. So we need to see, that teamwork be decent. It doesn't need to be perfect heading into this game, but it needs to be at least good enough for that relegation match, because yeah, you can't take it lightly, and Onami, they probably would be very, very disappointed if they were to drop out this early, and like I mentioned, it is next week, so they don't have a big turnover.
Heading into this one, we need to figure out the map. Let's go to Levito and find out if there is a favor toward one or the other. We head to the infamous Chalet, which is currently the second most picked map that we have here in OCN. Surprisingly, I actually didn't realize Villa had been picked so much, but it is Chalet. Turtle, what do you make of it?
I mean, we've already seen both teams play this map. Onami lost to Vertex on it in Playday 1, 7-5, close showing there. But Odium managed to beat Ground Zero in Playday 3 here. So honestly, it was a close game for both sides of both teams here. So if, Onami are feeling a bit tonight, they've actually got some momentum, got some, leadership, they might actually pull out a win.
Oh, hello, that could be interesting. Guz, do you back that in?
Yeah, why not? I got a back turn in. The man's spitting some straight facts, so I can't contest him too much.
I don't want to say I'm not convinced, but I just don't know. I feel like if we are to see an Unami victory here, it will actually be the very first of the stage for them. They currently only have 1 point down the very bottom of the ladder, which is a little bit unfortunate, again, considering how close some of the previous stages have been in 2021. Some of these teams just falling off a little bit when it counts. Turtle, I'll give you the floor here, mate. Final comments?
I mean, like I said earlier, Onami, they come in here with a clear game plan, some leadership in game, and if ODM are still like underperforming, quote unquote, as they have the past few playdays, they could actually pull something out here. Hopefully it's a close game, but we'll see.
Do you have an I'll give you this question. Do you have an idea as to what you would want to see from like a clear game plan? Would you want to see something a little bit more complex, or do you think the simpler route is the better route?
Keeping it simple, just like playing trades, playing basic usually, not going for these weird op picks that they were doing in the earlier play days. They were just, when they were down, they'd just go for a random operator pick. So just keeping it simple siege, don't need to make it too fancy.
Do you think it's a tough discussion, because when we, guys, you can just shut up. Because when we do talk about this a lot, there is this strange kind of, I would say, middle point where a quirky pick can either be just like almost a throw, or it can be exactly that. It can be quirky. Do you think that that generally relies on, as you're saying, a team's game plan?
No, I just think your team needs to have the basics, the fundamentals down pat. And Onami initially in the season, they didn't look like they had any of that. So once they get those down, then they can start expanding out into these quirky op picks. But for now, they just need to keep it simple, play basic siege, and just get better at that. There we go. Love your work, Turtle. We'll check back in with you at the end of the game, I guess. It's sad. Don't leave me, Jack. Let's go. Underway. Onami, Odium. Two names that are too close together, but not on the scoreboard. 10 points is what separates them here, as Odium look to propel up into a potential second place finish in the OCN.
Oh, jeez. Sorry. Almost very bad.
Real
yeah.
bad.
Jump into this one. Storylines are pretty straightforward. I think Odium, again, looking to crack back into the top 4.
Yep.
After the Chiefs got that win and jumped above them. As for Onami, well, they're already set in last place. They have a date against Kraken next week in the relegations, and their goals day to show us really what they're made of, and if there is any glimmer of hope, because Kraken, they haven't been slacking, and I would not want to be playing the kind of brand of siege we have seen from Onami against them. It just isn't going to work. So this is their opportunity to show us what they're really made of. In terms of the bans, Finka Nook. You're the color commentator, so you can explain that. Smack is clearly not happy in the chat.
What? What? What are you saying, Smacker? Surely not. What on earth is that? I mean, I guess on Chalet, I feel like when Chalet was first brought into the meta, like when it was first brought into the map pool, Nook was kind of a pretty niche pick, but it was something that could have quite a large impact, because I feel like a lot of teams didn't have a firm grasp on how they actually wanted to play the defense. However, there is almost a set way to play every site now. And now that basement's in the meta even more than what it ever was, I feel like the Nook ban is really just targeted. It's just got to be a target. I can't think. Hang on.
What?
Did they really just ban out a quarantined operator?
Oh yeah. What?
What? Oh my god!
It's gonna be one of those games, isn't it, Rob?
It's going to be one of those games. I'm like, yep.
I'm really glad that I grabbed a nice coffee, otherwise I'd probably fall asleep during this game. Because of that. So, big brain decision from me. So who was it that banned? Oh, so it was Onami that banned out. Okay. I guess they have the least to lose outside of the whole momentum storyline. So good on them, I guess. Community vote 73% in favour of Odium, and I think that's probably pretty much bang on. Get your votes in, of course, at R6 Esports OCE. Get your vote in for the final game of the day. Whoa. You just coughed the stream then?
Nope.
Oh my god, you just coughed so loud in my ear.
Yeah, it's okay.
My eardrum almost ruptured.
Well, I do apologize for that. I couldn't mute both, and I had to make a decision. I was like, do I mute
Take
you
your headset off
and stream have to listen to it? No, because then you hear this. See, so it's just not. It's not ideal.
That
Not
was
ideal.
really loud.
Well, you know, it's 6 in one, half a dozen in the other, guys. It came out early in the broadcast.
Oh my god, dude.
What?
I don't have a compressor on my end.
Well, figure it out. That's not my problem. Viewers don't have an issue with it, I think. I haven't got Brendan in my ear, so I'm fine. There we go. I eventually did have Brendan in my ear, and that was quite sensational.
Oh, I'll hold that thought. Shaq gets the opener here for Odium. So not a bad little start. I was going to say, for those who don't know, in studio, we can press a button so we can talk to the producer. And right then, the producer just made a very funny sound. And I wanted to talk back, but I couldn't.
There's no chance. No chance you're going to talk back.
I wasn't going to do it on stream because it would be a little bit cringe. On the topic of cringe, Onami with that Azami ban. Well, clearly struggling here, and they're going to try and double down. Edpan. Mr. Edamame himself gets the second for Odium, and things go from bad to worse.
Yeah, Edam for me has had quite an impact. Hello, you can 100% see his arm there, Twin. Smacker is taken very low here. Onami not having the greatest start. It's been said. It's been said that starts have been better than this. So focusing for Odium here, I guess we're really just waiting until we see how quickly they close this out. Ghoul would have to go absolutely mental on a 1v4. He does have the kit.
Ooh.
I'm starting to believe.
Have you heard the story?
I have, actually. Was it a... It's a 1v4?
The 1v3 gets the first... Oh.
Come on, mate. You got to make it more convincing than that.
Oh, look, let's be honest. Onami's performance this stage hasn't been very convincing. Never should have had faith.
So... That's a bit of a... you going there, mate?
That was maybe a bit
take.
harsh. Please, I don't mean that seriously, guys. Come on.
That was a hot take. I don't know about that, hey.
Just a caster, I don't really...
At GuzCast on Twitter.
Shut up.
By the way, almost single-handedly ruined Oceania's chance to go to the major, did Guz. So...
With the curse?
Yeah.
No, actually, I single-handedly got us to the major by saying Damn on Kia would win 2-0, and then the Chiefs beat them 2-0.
Oh, yes, very true. But
So
Chiefs
the exact
almost...
opposite.
Hang on. Chiefs almost didn't even bloody make it there, so I don't know what you're on about.
True. I also wasn't...
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Anyway, yeah.
Very true. Byron Games next. So here comes the above extension. This is what I was saying, you know, maybe Nook back in 2021 could have been quite an impactful little operator to be bringing. Very hard to keep track of. But I feel like now in the current meta, where pretty much every site does have its top floor extension, or, you know, horizontal.
Vertigo. Is that a...
is
that in Siege? I thought that was...
Yeah, I think it is, isn't it? Vertigo's a Siege.
Yeah, I've heard that somewhere before. Maybe I'm mistaken. I don't know. I could be crossing some wires here.
I think there's some wires being crossed. But yeah, look, I just think, I don't know. I feel like every hold on Chalet has become pretty stock standard. There are some small little iterations that are brought. Probably actually looking to the Alibi here as one of them. But it does bring a deployable shield, which I think you really need at least 2 of if you're going to hold this upstairs area. One on Mez and one over
they have
to the
3,
library.
so they're chilling.
I actually couldn't see. I accidentally had I had my voice meter up, so that's my apologies.
No, definitely. It's not every day you see 3 on this site. Typically, it's the one top live.
Where's the third?
Library stairs and the other. I would assume the third, maybe on the site itself.
Oh, yeah.
Comes a Volty or something. Wait for the overhead. Nonetheless, though, a little bit quieter compared to the previous rounds. Yeah, so one there's, one library.
Yeah, it has to be one underneath. Hang on, no one from an army? You've got 2 shields up top and not one person contesting.
Lads, there's no way Shaq just has this for free. Smacker's inside of office?
What? Is this all a bait? Is this all a ruse? What is going on?
Okay, well, Shaq's just going to walk down. Position, I don't think known, but the nade might be nothing in the way. Nonetheless, he'll hold down this position. Still waiting on that flank. Smacker. It's a slow one. Don't takes control of library. Might be actually 2 players on the flank. So this is a very, very peculiar setup from Onami, completely forfeiting these shields. Logic gets the first, makes it 2. Here's the flank, but it's droned out. This round's going to Odium.
Without a doubt, Adam for me finds himself a second.
But sitting back now, Archie and Smacker, the two players that were on the flank that were sitting in study. Bit of a weird champ, bit of a strange round. And it's just free farm. It's free load, they say. It's free load. I don't want to talk about that. I don't know. I'm a bit disappointed by that. Obviously, Smacker, if he does play big in office, you can kind of go, oh, well, that was an incredible play.
Yeah, they're memeing, honestly. Like, I'm just not going to sugarcoat this. They're memeing. Like,
yeah.
It's simple as that. I'm not going to sit here and pretend it's not. I know we clearly just don't really care. And it's a bit of a disappointment because we want to see them actually show us what they're made of. And again, this is a game that leads into the relegations next week. But not really feeling the threat of anything else. They're just going to take it easy. And I guess on the other side of the coin, can't really fault them for that. So, oh well, Odium, they're going to get some farm here. I don't think this is going to be a very long match. Odium, to their credit as well, honestly, they're actually reading into these meme plays pretty well. So, credit where credit's due. And yeah, expecting this to be a pretty dominant half. Yep.
Would imagine. I kind of, yeah, don't know what to say here.
Attackers need to locate and
We'll have to wait and see whether Onami actually bounce back and show us something. And then we're seeing the Vigil brought out, which kind of excites me a little bit. Generally in a match where people are taking it seriously, it excites me to see the Vigil. But so far with Archie and Smacker on the on the extensions all the way to office in the previous round, didn't pay off. We are down in the basement though, and I'd probably look for Odium's pacing and timing on opening up Snowmobile, how long it really will take them. The Osa shield worries me for an army. If they don't have enough attention on side here, Odium could do a little bit of a cheeky.
Yeah, maybe. Don't need to say anything. Y'all can see it. Odium will go straight over towards the Snowmobile breach. Now, there is a potential spawn kill from up above, but Odium able to just get straight onto the wall itself. Nice Electro Claw from Smacker. Able to get the first charge off. Odium respond, though, with an explosive. Smacker has no claws in the way. So that wall eventually will get opened, and we'll see them rotate around. Probably to hit the back of the side.
Again, was saying I was looking to the timing of Odium. Sure, they use 2 exothermic charges, but they get it done in 30 seconds. So an army now can't overexpose to the Snowmobile, which I think is quite important. If you allow an army to kind of, sorry, I got the hiccups now. If you allow an army to play in and around Snowmobile and can extend past that to blue hallway, then it's kind of hard for Odium to contest, but now they're definitely going to stay honest and true to their own word. Do we have anyone on Onami still flanking? I know that we've got Archie on the Vigil, but I don't know whether we actually saw him rotate back down or not. I do see someone over towards Solarium.
Oh, Smacker. First. I thought they might dealt with, so that's hard breach now off the board. So things looking a little bit better here for Onami. Odium, though, still with decent control up above, despite a potential flank. Jack looks to reposition outside of Snowmobile. That breach was opened earlier on in the round. Headpan. Mindful of Archie. Logic's alongside for trade. This has been a bit of a strange round. Minute to go, Logic responds.
Yeah, it takes down blue control now. This is really hard for Odium. Unless they can find the timing with Archie's retake, it's going to fall into AFX here. And probably Smacker. The timing from Archie hasn't really been on point. With Shaq taking another kill down, things are starting to fall to pieces here. Archie is the only one that's been able to hold on strong. 30 seconds left here, and the trades are coming out. It's all into Archie in a 1v1.
30 seconds up above the Vigil. Shaq collects the diffuser, collects his thoughts. Plenty of time, and I think he has a read. Said he just backs off. Archie's forced to move here. Shaq peeks. Pulls back.
15 seconds
Has
left.
the reinforcement for some protection. He'll go for the plant. 7 seconds. Archie uses that as a cue to push forward. Doesn't see Shaq immediately though. Doesn't know where the plant's gone down. See Shaq to the left, just holding down the line. Hits the shoulder, but he doesn't find the kill. Eventually though he will, and Odium we'll get 3 straight.
AFX and Archie, for me, they're really hold down for Onami. Both of them finding a double kill. AFX is, I mean, it depends what you want to count as impact, but AFX finding a double kill on the entry from Odium pushing into Snowmobile, I think that's really large. It's this push here that we want to look for. It's AFX shutting down Sawyer and the secondary member of, I think it was, I can't remember who it was pushing down Blue, but it was really well played. Really well played. Gave Archie an opportunity to which he could not take, he could not utilize. And I believe I was talking about Archie, I actually meant to say Smack. Archie in the 1v1, back down on the flank. Just too little too late.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
Certainly a stronger effort though from an army. Full rotation though. Make things tough yet to claim around yet. On the defensive half. Mirror now in play. I don't know where you would play Mirror on this side. I mean, you could probably play one the breach and one bathroom base of the vault, maybe even one solar. Probably not the worst operator, but again, much like a lot of key positions where the Mirror is going to be played, very vulnerable to down below, and Odium have the teamwork and the coordination to go for nades from below. So something to be mindful of and something to keep our eyes on. At the moment though, Odium probably proving why they deserve the spot.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse.
Much like I said before, don't see this half slowing down much.
Probably not. Probably not. Would like to see Onami fight back. I would like to see this tail turn. It's probably not going to be the easiest thing. It's very much easier said than done. And with what Onami have shown us so far, it just isn't all that convincing.
Ooh, not a bad drone there from Went. Down in towards Solar. Ghoul now under pressure and the cams. The grenade doesn't get eaten up, doesn't find Ghoul, but gets utility. Not the worst of results for the attack. Logic down below, holding this rotation, but it looks like Ghoul's being able to run away. And we see those mirrors come into play. Odium can't necessarily get into Solar for free.
I really like the emphasis that's put on Solarium here. This is it's really, really asking big questions of Odium, which is if Onami don't give you a free pick, then what are you going to do? How are you going to make this work? That's how you're going to do it. Shaq's just going to send it in and find the opening kill on Archie. Oh my god, Odium, what the?
I thought you were going to drop the F-bomb there.
I was so close.
Well, Ghoul and AFX need to do something special. It's a jump out from Ghoul. It's the 1 versus 5. It's the none versus 5. Flawless for Odium. And it's 4-0.
Tell you what, I was very close, guys. I just had absolutely no idea where they all came from. Like, just no clue. I would imagine big window and probably one of the players watching the solar-facing mirror window, but 3 quick kills like that, and Edpan finishes it up with a little cheeky double kill. We go down to kitchen and dining the very first time we're going to see this for Onami. Could well be 6 in a row here. And this is just becoming very hard for anyone to convince Onami that they were going to ever have a chance in this one. Even though we know full well what Onami could do. We know, like, we're used to these players by now. Especially AFX and Ghoul. I mean, both of those players had quite the impact on the latter end of 2021. Unfortunately, with the complete rehaul of the roster, it's been a little bit more difficult. Am I saying Doc? This may well be the first time I'm seeing a Rook and a Doc for 12 months?
I think it might be the first time I've ever seen a Rook Doc clash combo.
Oh, clash as well.
In a competitive game of Siege in any region ever. Maybe they've unlocked a new game-winning strategy.
Well, you know what?
Winning strategy.
I figured it out, guys. They've been listening into Oniguru's interviews, and they've figured out the rank strats are the way to go.
Maybe. I mean, this is even beyond ranked. This is
I feel like this is the meme with like the universal. Starts off with a strand of DNA.
Oh well, see if it works. I mean, if you're having a bad game and you're struggling to get into it, sometimes it doesn't hurt to just go all out with fraggers and just try and find kills, I guess. Might work. Odium keen to get some West main control. That's where Smacker and the Clash is posted up. Smoke to cut off the trophy angle, and Shaq sends it in deep. The ball will come out from the Clash that they are pushing deep. Bull responds by swinging. Can't find the kill though. The shotgun not landing enough shots. Twent lands his though with the LMG. And they're already going for the plant. 1 minute into the round. Odium. Edpan. He'll be able to stick it. Logic to cover. He makes it to Archie. And his mate in the 2-on-4. 5-0. It is going to be a 5-0 scoreline for Odium. Konami just completely falling apart. Oh, maybe not. There's something in this. But with 20 seconds to go, it's very tough to see this retake coming into fruition. Archie's still locked out as well. On the time now, it's depleted. Odium, the 5-0. It's locked in. Logic, what a strong entry. It's 3. Might well get a 4th. And there we go with the pistol. 5-0 the scoreline.
Rate that round out of 10 for me, Guz.
Look, I've seen worse rounds, but I've also seen better rounds. That's all I'll say.
Have you seen worse rounds?
I have, yeah.
That's probably one of the more interesting rounds I've ever seen from anyone in OCN, but credit to Konami for trying it, you never know. Don't knock it till you try it, they say. Don't think they mean it about operator selections, but what? You get proven wrong every day.
Come on.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Who can't be doing
Please.
this?
Please keep it.
Yeah, it is as professional as it's going to get, mate. Yeah, Konami certainly have not been on the money today. You got 3 players on 1 and 5. And even though we thought maybe the firepower that they were bringing in the past round, that could have turned the tides, but Odium, like, just... It was like a wave crashing down. That was insane. Absolutely majestical.
10 seconds left before
Now, what I want to see from Odium, rather Konami on this last round, is please, for the love of God, if you're going to put all your utility on the top floor to try and hold library stairs and mezzanine with those deployable shields, probably have one player there doing so. That may well kind of be your ticket into a potential 1 round out of 6. You only have 1 deployable shield, and that is at the top of library stairs, supported by undoubtedly ADSs and fans.
Odium keen for control down below. See him Edpan lead the charge down below. That name, man, keeps throwing me off.
That's why I just say Adam for me.
Back as well. Up above. Chuck having a pretty good take on this team. Some would know him way back in the day, Pro League on Mind Freak. More recently, CL. Backer though, puts that storyline to rest. Shuts me up real quick. Twent doesn't trade. Oh, in fact he's taken low. Can't find the kill.
You truly are the Raven of OCN now, aren't you? You are nothing but cursing the poor people that play this game. Much better from Konami. 1, not giving away freebies. 2, sticking to their game plan. 3, executing on it, I guess, is probably the next step in that. The evolution.
Oh.
No, he's gone.
They let him cross.
They don't even know that he's gone. They have no clue. They think he's still in there.
That's so you did.
He did too. I didn't even realise he was out on the long line. Love that. Now they fall away.
Radiant will be looking to at least post a player up above. The rest of the team, I assume, would position for a half-wall plan unless they have something else in mind. Maybe still wanting to clear a position too. But for the most part, it looks like it's relatively free real estate. Instead, shield has been vacated. Nami bunkering down site to try and get their first.
Oh, logic. You didn't just do that. Oh, we've all been there before. 4v4 now, make it a 4v3. God damn, Odium, once they get control of objectives, they do not muck about. Archie reaggresses on Library Stairs, but is it going to be enough?
Well, for his sake, I hope it is, but Logic, here we go. Holding down the line. Oh, the timing, the positioning. Archie, unfortunate. Now it's up to AFX and Ghoul. 25 seconds remain. Twain just goes straight for the hatch drop. I think it'll work, though. It does. A perfect half for Odium.
You know what? I think if I'm looking at this game, I'm not even talking about Onami. I'm just not even going to bother with it. But Odium, I give a lot of credit to them. They are taking this seriously. They're not messing about. And one of the big things that this does is it puts pressure on Bliss. Remembering, once again, just going to talk about the fact that, you know, we will most likely be looking down the fact of Bliss and Odium kind of contesting, maybe with Ground Zero, maybe Vertex come in there for a potential APAC South position. If everything still kind of, you know, mimics itself from last year. So this is really important. This is really important that we see Odium take every game seriously. And really, if I'm looking at this, I don't think I've seen many mistakes, if any, that Odium have made. There was one close round, but outside of that, they have been near flawless.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yep, can't really argue with that. It's been a pretty solid performance all around. Haven't had to do all that special. What they have tried to execute has been relatively basic, but well thought out. And the teamwork across the board relatively nice. We saw in that last round, for example, even Smacker being able to get out of that corner position inside of Library was then shut down by another teammate playing 4-way maneuver. So it's just small examples of that where Odium are at least having contingencies in place for when mistakes do naturally pop up, and no team's perfect, so it's good to have those in place. Match point now. 6 match points. Not a matter of if they win, it's a question of when.
Yep.
And not when did I ask. When does the game end? And far away.
I couldn't imagine if they take the same approach into this round that they have previous. I think that they should be fine. I do wonder what kind of control they've got in Library, because AFX is kind of tempting fate a little bit here and potentially looking to jump into that double. Sawyer, if he peeks this, yeah, I was going to say, that's got to be a jiggle. You do anything more than a jiggle and you're going to be in serious trouble. An army taking their time on this attack and sweeping across, funnily enough.
Sneaky little entry. Point says I'm not having any of that. Backs off, barricades. Logic though engages. 12-1, mind you. Been absolutely popping off.
As you do.
Nami looking for a bit of control up above inside of a Library, but the time to suss that out. They're pretty keen to go half full. The vault executed, but Twent's made his way back towards site. Finds that kill, and it's already starting to unravel a little bit here for the attacker. To say that though, Smacker responds, but Shaq still up above with control. He's good for 2. That leaves it in the 2 versus 4, and Odium looking to consolidate their position in the top 4. Smacker maybe looks to extend this match for a little while longer though. It's been a good round for him so far. Not a bad map either. Himself and AFX, funnily enough, the 2 top fraggers for Onami. Can't quite count them out just yet. Twent, good position at the bot Library Stairs. Have bar stock control as well. So in terms of positions here, for Odium, they don't have much to complain about. There's also pings going out on both players. 2 yellow pings. They know exactly where they are. Twent just has to decide which kill he wants. Unfortunately, Shaq steals that one. Now he goes to hunt for the other. It's AFX down below inside of Snowmobile, but there's the swing. It's a 7-0 from Odium. A perfect match to cap off what has been a very solid stage. Very keen to see what these guys can achieve in OCS.
Ed Pan back on the kettle game. Hey, happy birthday, Twent, you absolute shad. Happy birthday. What a lad. What a birthday present. That is the very first flawless game we have had in OCN in Stage 1. 7-0. Odium, more than convincing. Don't think that there was ever a doubt. There was almost never a doubt that they were going to 7-0, let alone win the game. Yeah, Guz.
Certainly one of the most intriguing games of Siege I have probably ever seen.
Intriguing?
I wonder what Kraken are thinking right now, because they're going to be taking on Odium in that relegation match. I don't think you can read too much into this particular game, but just, yeah, overall, it's been pretty disappointing for Odium. I don't really know much more to say. I've been stumped on the desk, unfortunately.
Yes. Anami, thoughts? Turtle? I don't really know what to say.
Yeah, you know, I was saying like, oh, maybe they're going to bring something tonight, but yeah, they weren't there mentally. It seemed like they're just, you know, preparing more for that like relegation match, hopefully. But yeah, can't really say much, eh?
No, and it's even tougher, you know, when we're watching this game live, because there are so many points where you just want to scream. you just want to use illicit language.
Illicit?
What?
I don't mean explicit. I didn't know.
Oh, actually, yeah, I
swear words illegal now.
Well,
maybe
on broadcast they are.
True.
So yeah, look, I just really disappointed in the performance of Anami. Yeah, they haven't gained any fans today in terms of this fight they will have down in the relegation game. Of course, as you said, Kraken are well and truly ready for this kind of a competition. And look, you don't want to read anything into this game, but certainly there is a spot wide open for the taking, and I'm sure that they'll be licking their lips. And probably the further question is, what will Onami do? You know, will we see them do anything at OCS? Will we see them kind of compete with the OCL teams, OCN teams? I'm so unsure. I'm so unconvinced on what we've seen today. Look, credit where credit's due. Logic 12-2. Turtle, what do you have any possible takeaways for Odium from this game?
If I'm Odium, like honestly, they played like really well to capitalize on like Onami just not playing right. Like they just found one kill and just instantly collapsed on Onami. Like everything, even when Onami did try to counter, just, you know, Odium just, you know, managed to counter it. I don't really know what to say about them. It wasn't really much of a match, to be honest.
No.
Yeah, not wrong.
Yeah, I don't think you're really going to hear any arguments from me and Guz there. That was probably one of the harder games to cast. But you know who we've actually got on the line? We've got Logic. 12-2 is how it finished up for the Chad. Logic, what a performance that is. I'm going to stray away from the conversation about that matchup in particular because it seemed all too easy. You guys are certainly looking like the team that, you know, we were kind of talking about in terms of overt of 2021. What's the goal for, at the very least, 2022?
I think the goal for us for sure in 2022 is to do our best, show that we're worth being in the league, show that, you know, this roster was giving their spot back, you know, basically for free coming into this year and picking up myself in Shaq. I think our goal is to just do our best and prove our spot, and I think we well and truly have done that by now. And I think for the future, I think South is definitely our goal. But you know, looking on to the closer future, I think for now is definitely what we are doing.
Look, you don't want to read.
I mean, you've had a stellar like initial season. Like, what were your expectations for yourself heading into the stage?
I think I didn't really put any expectation on myself as a player because it is a team game. All 5 people need to be performing, giving the correct, you know, communication and really putting in effort as a whole roster. I had no expectations on myself. I think I performed better than I thought I would. So that's great. But it's a team effort. You know, it's not just one person doing any one thing. So.
I guess just looping back quickly to that APAC South discussion. Obviously, you're quite a fair way ahead of the other teams that aren't already in the APAC League. So what's the goal for the next stage to ensure that you lock in that position?
I think we definitely just need to capitalize on how we play and not have the slip-ups. You know, we started off the season so well. We were really proud of ourselves. We were, you know, we went into the Chiefs game. We got destroyed. They were in form. we were not, obviously, and I mean that even carried over to the next week where Vertex played incredibly well. We played poorly once again. It was not the best showing from us. You know, we want to not only start a stage good, we want to finish it, and I think that's our goal for next stage as well. We don't want to just, you know, sit comfortably on the points we have and then come 6th place next stage. We want to do better. We want to be better. So I think you know, I think next stage it'll definitely be trying to capitalize. You know, hopefully get 2nd place, even first. Who knows?
Bit more of an enjoyable question for you here. Was the game as easy as what it looked like on the outside for you? I mean, that just I don't even know what I can say about it. Was it as simple as what it looked like?
I think those guys have had it really rough over the last couple of months. They really haven't. You know, they came in with a lot of dedication, and you know, whatever has fallen short for them has fallen short. It's very unfortunate for them, but no, that game was a lot of fun for us. We went to Chalet once again. It was like another ground zero deja vu. It was a bit silly for them to go to the map, but you know, at the end of the day, we're confident in our decisions, and I think they were also a little bit too confident, maybe some would say. But no, it was very fun, and maybe a little Ludovica or ODM voice comms might be released from that game.
It looked like a bit of fun for you guys. I mean, 12-2 kind of tells the storyline for it. Logic, we'll give you the floor here. Anything you want to say before we let you go?
Yeah, shout out to my team. They've really done great this stage, and I'm really proud of where we've ended up. I'm really proud of our performance, and I'm hoping we can make a long thing out of this, and we can really just develop more as players. And obviously, thank you to our org, thank you to everybody, all of our fans, and you know, thank you to you guys as casters, and yeah, I'm really happy with our stage, and yeah, thank you to everyone.
Yeah, look, congratulations on what has been an incredible stage. You guys can't wait to see what you do in OCS next weekend. By the way, say happy birthday to Twent for all of us here on the desk. Anyway, we'll let you go, mate. We'll chat to you soon.
All right, see you guys.
You better say happy birthday to Twent. That's all I'm saying, because other than that, I don't know what else the takeaway is for that game. You know what? I'm really impressed by how humble Logic is after you finish 12-2. I mean, to not go and shit talk the team that you just absolutely destroyed that takes something. That takes something to try and find the flaws and talk about the flaws that they have. Give a lot of credit to him. Guys, as we now move on, I mean, I actually think that we're seeing an even more improved roster of Odium than what we saw in Overt at the end of stage 3. Maybe I'm just looking into it. What are your thoughts?
I mean, maybe, right? As we sort of touched on a little bit in the interview, Odium are more than double Ground Zero, who are the next best team that isn't already in APAC South. And the story for them is just to beat the teams that aren't already in the league for the relegation battle, right? They already got a huge buffer from this first stage, so heading into the second, if they continue and improve and maybe even increase that gap, well, they're well and truly going to lock in their position, right? So probably safe to say that the roster's really strong. I think they obviously have a long way to go, and OCN, it's always difficult to compare that to the strength potentially of the APAC South League, for example, but I'm really happy for them. I think really well spoken in the interview. I'm keen to see if they actually do continue to improve in that second stage.
Well, if you're keen to see how they improve in the second stage, I'm keen to see our next matchup, the final matchup of Stage 1 of OCN. It's Wildcard and it's Bliss. It's up right after this short break.
Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife safeguards our wilderness now and for the future. Our bushlands, our mountains, our valleys, our rivers, are our responsibility. Whether you're just discovering the world or have built rich memories within it, together we are one generation, and what we conserve today will be there for those tomorrow. There is no bigger legacy than the planet we share. Donate now.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
Thank for OCN.
Champions, you never count them out. Both players are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They've just given
Final game of the stage up in front of us, and boy, does it have the potential to be a banger. I think all of us here on the desk are praying to the Siege gods that it is a banger. Give us something to enjoy for the final game of stage one. Bliss and Wildcard go head to head. Guys, this matchup, where are you leaning?
Oh, gee, that's a loaded question to open up the segment, Rob. I think either way it's gonna be close. In terms of actually picking out right winner, really tough. But ultimately, for Bliss in particular, if they get it across the line in regulation, they snatch second spot. Wildcard looking to retain it. So pretty big stakes on this matchup. And yeah, we look at the Bliss lineup first. Obviously, the revitalized roster heading into the first stage of 22. And safe to say it hasn't been the perfect stage for them, and maybe not quite as strong as the OCN of old, but it's still been really, really solid. And if they jump into second, I mean, it's probably fair to say it's pretty on par, if not maybe even slightly better.
Do you agree with that, Turtle?
Yeah, honestly, I think Guz has got a bang on the ball. Like, ever since they brought on Fish Guy and God Legion, they had a slow start this season, but now they're slowly coming into their own. Fisher himself is honestly, this is probably the best season he's had in years, since in recent memory. He is on a hard support, and he's out there top fragging half his game. And you love to see it, to be honest.
He certainly seems to be enjoying himself. Also, another roster that have really enjoyed themselves this stage is Wildcard. They're currently sitting second with only 2 losses to their name. An incredible turnaround from what we had seen in previous stages. Feels like things are starting to come together for this roster. Guz, OJ and Cairo now on the roster really has kind of almost given us a much better look into what Wildcard could be.
Yeah, it's definitely been an improvement across the board for Wildcard. Maybe not so much in APAC South, where they're still struggling a little bit, but in terms of focusing here on the Oceanic Nationals, clear improvement. A second place for them, if they're able to get it across the line, would be really, really impressive. And with APAC playoffs and the major and all that not really being on the cards, it has given them this opportunity to focus in on OCN, take it really seriously, continue to improve on their form.
Well, I think, you know what, I mean, we could talk about Wildcard, but I do feel like we've spoken through and through on what this roster can really achieve. So let's see what map we're going to see them achieve it on. Or potentially get absolutely clapped. It's really, it's one of the two. Chalet is where we go for this matchup. There was a potential for Border, and thank God we didn't go to Cafe. Turtle, Chalet, where are you leaning?
It's got to be Bliss, right? Like, Bliss are 3-0 on it. They've been looking better and better each Chalet map. I'm pretty sure from my notes, Wildcard like 1-1 on it. So I don't know. I'm leaning Bliss all the way. Just got to back them. Stats say otherwise.
Well, Guz, I know that you'd already chosen Bliss to back into this, but I do have to ask you again. Are you actually going to back them?
Yeah, we'll double down. I feel like I've predicted Wildcard too many times and been disappointed. So we'll back the Bliss boys in. Milo just hasn't been very trustworthy with some of his form guides. So, yeah, I think we'll back Bliss, and Total outlined it pretty nicely, right? The numbers, they're really good for Bliss on this map. That said, again, expecting it to still be close.
Numbers don't lie, but I can tell you right now, they will in this match because Wildcard are going. They're going to be up. They're going up. Up the boys. Turtle, we'll speak to you in a little bit, mate, and we'll catch up with you once we get back to the analyst desk. It's time to unfold Bliss taking on Wildcard. This is for second place. If either team should win in regulation, it'll be locked in. Chalet. It does lean a little bit toward Bliss in terms of the map stats, but knowing what Wildcard have been able to do on it in the past, there is no doubt this is potential overtime.
Maybe.
Maybe?
Could well be.
Could be well.
And that could be enough. Actually, no, it won't be enough, sorry. Bliss need a regulation win to finish second. If they win in overtime, Wildcard would still eclipse them by a point. So, I mean, that's a pretty basic way, simple way to outline it. Bliss, they're really hungry for a regulation win. That'll jump them above Wildcard into second place. Wildcard, though, all they need to push an OT and they'll be safe.
Match of Maverick. Smoke band out. Interesting. It's a pick from Bliss that I didn't expect. And a Jaeger to go with it as well. Okay. We see something a little bit different. Two teams obviously with a pretty good idea as to how they're going to go about this game. Big fan of that one. Big fan. Wildcard start on the defense. Right across the bar in gaming. They are not mucking about.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Jump over towards bar for the first objective here. Wildcard, obviously on the defense. We have a look at the community poll. 61% in favor of Wildcard. Okay. I mean, it's still relatively close, but Wildcard just edging out. What was the? I think the consensus on the desk was about the same, right? So probably shouldn't be too shocked. I think on paper and at their best, Wildcard should probably just be edging out this. I don't know. It's so hard to get that fourth guide because we're still playing south. So
yeah.
So tricky to say. I think on their best days, these two could probably trade maps back and forth all day.
Very true.
5 seconds left.
Very
before
true.
insertion.
And I think that's the nature of
Attackers must locate and defuse
most of these teams, actually. You know, I think even Odium would have a fairly decent track in a best of 3 nowadays as well. So, you know, I think that when we get to the OCS, which is next weekend, we might have a couple of these teams go head-to-head best of 3 formats, which could be very, very juicy. That'd be very much looking forward to that one. The take from Bliss, as per usual. Got to contest library, got to make sure that everyone's out of bookcases. And then from there, it's all about how long it's going to take you to start to put the pressure on mezzanine. Are you clearing out library stairs, or are you going to go for something a little bit more direct? Right now, Wildcard don't actually have anyone inside of library contesting. Lo and behold, Nook is in play.
A bit cheeky. Chalet, roam down below, make your way up staircases. Catch the enemy off guard. Shade is doing exactly that. Just sit and wait for the meantime. Maybe catch defender off guard on a rotation. Elsewhere, Fisho trying to get to work inside of the library and great lines of sight. Repix as well, actually down below alongside Shade. I don't think either will find much though. Repix though might be able to pressure the side itself. He's only a couple meters away. Feels some pressure though and we'll fall back.
Attackers have located a bomb.
God, Legion. Obviously fortunate enough that it is barricaded. Trying to find the opening. Cairo goes down on the Vigil, which is pretty spicy. You've got literally the defensive equivalent of the Nook going down to the Nook. You love to see it. A 4 versus 3. Things kind of swaying back and forth as Bliss getting aggressive in the face of Wildcard. Haven't been able to deal with it as much as of yet. Oh. Milo gets aggressive. That is gorgeous, Guz.
Gold Legion. Caught off guard inside of Mud, but Milo caught off guard by Shade. It's a 2 versus 2 as Shade falls. Vinny looking sharp. Oda now. Oh! Misses that shot, but he doesn't miss Vincere. He doesn't have the diffuser though. Information though. The yellow ping. It's perfect. Team Bliss for round 1.
I love that shot from Oda. Just a crispy headshot to kickstart that 1v2. Nicely done. I really enjoyed that round. Kept me on my toes. Well, I'd say it was on the edge of my seat, but I was leaning back in my seat, so that would just be a flat-out lie. But I was a very big fan of the Nook trading flows with the Vigil. Oh damn, Shade finished up with a 3K. Woo! Just too hard to keep locked down in one position. If this is any indication to go off, I'm telling you right now, we are in for an absolute barn burner.
I feel like you just touched the inside of my ear.
Bet you like that, big boy.
Hey. What happens in Sydney stays in Sydney. Come on, man. You have to do all these things. I don't know if the missus watches, but might be a bit jealous.
Mate, Bubba ain't jealous of nothing. She knows she's got a man's heart, you know. Doesn't mean we don't dabble. Hey, the homies are a completely different thing, mate.
Kiss the homies goodnight.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
OJ on the clash for basement. Pretty spicy. Just going for a full map clear. Gold Legion on the Osa as well in response. And we've seen Osa on some occasions have an impact. Place those Talon shields outside the breach. You can use back push as well, provides coverage. We'll have to wait and see how Gold Legion intends to deploy them. Shade, looking to see if we can scan footprints of that defender. That was on Mezzanine. I don't know who it was, but believed out there. Pretty long gone. Again, basement site here. Wildcard just with a semi-aggressive extension, just making sure they could waste a little bit of time and collect a few drones.
Wildcard not extending to a point at which I thought they would. I thought maybe we'd see some early contact and a fade away, but not so much as of yet. Doesn't mean that it could very quickly slip the other way. But Bliss very methodical in their approach. They're not really willing to make too many mistakes. Keen to see the impact of the clash versus the OSA. I would imagine that OJ would really want to be stopping God Legion from getting into any sort of position. And think about like the electrocution, if you will. That C4 that's sitting on the back of Vinny's shoulders or even Milo's shoulders, that could be quite large. That could do some serious damage.
This will be looking to open up lines of sight, potentially even an entry on this back push, but easier said than done. The wall is currently electrified by that electro quad, top middle of wall. In fact, Vinny has a second, so even once this one gets taken down, he could elect to throw it. He does. The time well? I think so. Oh. There we go, the X-Kairos burnt, and talk about burning.
Oh!
So is the floor. Wildcard doing such a good job in being able to refute this attack. There is a line of sight now, but they're going to be forced, they're going to be funneled through the doorway. Team Bliss, time starting to tick down. They'll be forced to move. Wildcard sitting and waiting. Gold Legion, the first floor to fall, rather, and I'm assuming there's a lot more on the way. There we go. 2v3. Probably not the worst of results. Maybe Oda can go nuts here.
Oh.
He does, in fact, find one. It's Shade to assist, but Shade's now in the 1 versus 2. The clash causing all sorts of issues, but he still gets the kill. Milo can survive the timer, though, and Wildcard able to win the round.
Considering Wildcard, everything going in their favor, that was far too close for comfort. Gotta credit Wildcard there. The kings of the old meta. They were near impossible to deal with in the util dump meta, and there is still, like, even though there is not a single player that remains from that meta on this roster, there is still glimpses of what they used to be able to achieve. Actually, it's kind of funny, you think about it, there's not a single player nor coach that remains on this roster from those days. And yet, it really, it's like Wildcard is sprinkled with gorgeous util usage. Thinking of the magnets, thinking of the electric claws, the timing on those plays. Mwah, to perfection. And if you're Wildcard, you'll take those dubs every day of the week. So far, so good. Half of the course, 1-1. So we now head to kitchen and dining. And I'm never entirely convinced of this site. I'll be honest with you guys.
5 seconds to insertion.
It worries me.
Why does it worry you, Rob?
Well, because generally the vert control is a little bit more important than it should be. In a lot of rounds won and lost off of lack of vert control. But I don't know whether Wildcard are the kind of team that puts a lot of emphasis on their hold up above. Wait and see.
We will indeed. Fisher straight off the bat looking to deal with these castle barricades. A couple of X-Kairos in each. And allow them to be opened up pretty easily with minimal util investment. Well, to your gates. Such is the Habana meta at the moment. Just looking to hedge their bets on the solar push. Pat taken low through the drone hole. Gotta say, Oda's been looking really switched on in this game. Every time we flicked him, he was doing something, and pretty one reflective that he is very much awake at the moment.
Wakey, wakey. Oh. Oh! No, not going to happen. Not just yet anyway. Drone's starting to dwindle here, and it's something that you definitely want to be cautious of on Chalet. On all sites, kitchen and dining. If you don't have any forward intel, it can really start to cost you. They're already down to 5, but halfway through the round, they are starting to take this top floor control, which is A very, very decent trade, as is Repix's shot. Wildcard struggling with the pressure that Bliss pretty much forcing onto them.
Minute 20 now. Bliss converging. Milo probably the last hope here for Wildcard to hold down this line. Repix though reads in. The LMG shots don't quite land though. Not ideal. Can Wildcard bite back? Repix now allowed to go deep. Oda has the cross on the double window. Milo is in such a bad position, and there we go. Eventually take it down. Decent trade from Cairo, but it might not be enough.
2 drones left, and this is where I start to worry a little bit. If Pat and Cairo can stay alive, fortunately it doesn't happen. Cairo's going to go big in a 1 versus 4, guys, and he does some pretty gnarly things, but this is probably not near impossible. Oh no! Cairo, don't do it to him. He's going to be able to find the trade. How does Fisho get him there? Oh my god. That was nearly one of the filthiest clutches I've seen in a long time.
Fisho just too good. Able to win it out in the end, even with the ACOG at close range. Gets the plant down, has the composure to find the pick. That's what you come to expect from old Fish.
Is he old?
Oh. Been playing for a long time, that's what I meant. I actually don't know how old Fish is. Probably younger than me, honestly.
For the face like that, I don't know, you know? I'm still trying to figure it out.
Bomb located by attackers.
What was your color on that round? What was your analysis? What was your takeaway?
Yeah.
That's a really good takeaway.
Well, I was gonna say most of the damage was done above. I think Bliss did a really good job winning to the solar plant. It was actually Fisho, honestly. I mean, it wasn't the hardest of jobs clearing a lot of that util early, but it did open up the gates pretty quickly, quite literally, the solar gates included. And it was sort of that launch pad effect from solar across. Milo feeling the real grunt of that. Wildcard already had a 2-man disadvantage, and him being kind of the last hope really was no hope at all. Bliss was so switched on and able to ensure they converted that advantage really seamless. So I think at the moment the Bliss path of course. Much to complain about in their quarter.
So you're telling me that my color, my expectations for that site came to fruition? Is that what you're telling me, guys? You're telling me that my color analysis is just second to the best in the world?
Well, he's the best.
Well, I thought it was you. That's what you tell me every day you get on color, so...
I don't think I've ever said that.
No, ladies and gentlemen, he's a liar.
I also am not a liar.
Oh. I don't know about that one. You told me you loved me, but daily I'm reminded that you don't. See? Just another reason. Heart's broken.
Easy like a good sook.
I do learn from the best. Cast with Xenox for too long.
Wait, where is Xenox? Why am I not casting with him today?
I think he's was he unwell?
I could have sworn I saw him somewhere.
Where?
Not sure. Still looks like a pretty cold place.
Scumbags.
Oh.
Hello. Hello.
Bit cheeky. Looked like maybe Pyro would the flank. Milo fall first. Good open engagement for Bliss. Still some util though that needs to be dealt with. There's an shield up. That's providing protection. Vinny.
A bomb has been located.
Ari now being allowed to rotate. Oh my god, God Legion has just absolutely eaten a storm of bullets, eventually taken down though.
Certainly did eat a lot of it. That kid with candy. Oh, OJ. No, not like that. Lovely trade from Vinny, up close and personal. Cairo actually sits there for the assist as well. Oh, Vinny, what are you doing? Re-swinging that with a sidearm. Fisho with a trade at double wall. Plant going down.
Pat. We know he can clutch, but the air jab. Oh my, Oda to pounce. Well played by Bliss.
Oh. Geez, that looked good from his perspective then.
Oda's just running rampage at the moment, honestly.
He is.
Like I said before, every time we switch him, he is doing something.
Oh man,
being a real
Oda.
menace.
Yeah.
Bomb has been
He must have had his zinger box today on a
Yeah,
plate.
on a plate, knife and fork out.
I still don't understand that, but each game.
Some people just have more culture than you could ever imagine, Guz. It's okay. No one blames you for it. Just how you were raised, and that's okay. Don't have the culture for a knife and fork and a zinger on a plate.
Yeah. We've had our first disconnect of the night. Honestly, we've done pretty well to get this far with that one, so
We've done really well. We're actually
we might finish before 10.
yeah, we're on par for before 10. Hang on a second.
This is actually, honestly, if this doesn't end up being a super long game, it's actually going to be quite an early night. So
It is.
That's lovely.
I might get a game of ranked in, honestly, before the missus finds out. Good
Okay.
chance of it. Yeah, there is a chance of it. Could happen.
Believe it if I see it.
Oh, you'll believe it when you see it. You'll see it just after this if it's a short one, which Bliss are making it pretty damn short. Of course, we have had just a singular DC, and by the webcams, I would dare say Cairo is the meaning of this nuisance. But yeah, just to reiterate, Oda, kind of feel like he is the Odin of the scene, you know? A bit of the old codger. He's doing it right now. Have just had confirmation. It is indeed a Cairo PC crash, so it won't be a hell of a long time to get back into it, but you never know. Kick back, turn into podcast mode, guys. Haven't felt like stage one's gone.
Good.
I don't know why I work with you. How do you still get hired? That's the more
I don't.
important question.
I don't.
You just
I've
keep
been-
turning
I've
up to broadcast days.
I've been at the pinnacle, and I won't be back.
Very true.
Come to accept that.
Well, you have one-time SI caster,
Yeah.
but zero-time maiden haver, and that's okay.
Yep.
That's okay. Would have been exciting to do your first land though, like considering it was SI. Would have been quite exciting.
I actually haven't done a land.
What? What? Yep.
I haven't.
No, you're taking the mic, aren't you?
I'm not.
But hang on a second. You cast an SY, correct?
Yeah, but it was from home.
Well, I guess they just they get the very best to do the lands, honestly.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
They quit while they were ahead. Me, Dev, Infin, Raven, Jordan, Elfish Guy, Maze. Woo!
The list goes on.
It does.
We could be here all night.
Monkey Fist, Danny Kim. Oh. Cthulhu casts, mate. Bring back the good old days, honestly.
Even Ben Green.
Even Ben Green. Even that green looking Ben bloke. Yeah.
Granddaddy.
Yeah. He is the granddaddy of OC Sports, it has been said. Back underway here. Appreciate you listening to our podcast. And tune in weekly at Rainbow 6 ENZ on Twitch. We are not streaming to Spotify, but you want to know who it is? Chosen. Banks Arcade, check him out. Streaming on all platforms at the moment. Exclamation mark Chosen in the Twitch chat to find out more.
That was a good plug.
Wasn't bad. It's just, I'm actually really disappointed. We haven't had any plugs this season, and it's just, I was really enjoying them last stage.
Well, you are the king of plugs.
It's been said, small plugs, big plugs. I can fit them all in.
Yep, has been said. It has indeed been said. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, we're back in the action now. Two minutes to go in the round. Bliss looking to go from top down. God Legion over towards bathroom window. Might make contact with Cairo, who's lurking a little bit over towards Solar. Thrown out. Falls back. Agresses. Gets back past the window. God Legion allows him to pass across. The impact grenade. Cairo doesn't commit. Instead falls back.
Repic's on the hunt. This is such a bad idea, being able to see you on cam. We may as well be in the studio, mate. I can't handle it. I cannot handle it. Please. Bliss have been phenomenal so far in this game.
Oh, Cairo, who's back in the action, but God Legion finds that one. They had the engagement up above earlier, but comes into fruition once more down below. Now with a minute to go. Can Bliss convert this advantage? Be a 4-1 lead. Quite large. Back push, the angles are open. The entry points established. Milo on the roam.
Timing.
Aggressors. Stalemate at the moment. Vinny with the long angle. Find much, but exposes himself to the side. Shade down the main stairs. Bad flash. Fisho for the plant. Repix and Oda descended deep now. OJ. Good for one, but not the next. Bliss 4-1 scoreline.
Bliss are absolutely obliterating them right now. This is a display on the attack. Now, despite what some of the stats may say, it's not defender-sided, Chalet. Definitely leaning more.
You good?
Yeah. I've actually got a cramp. It doesn't take much.
We lost the plot, mate. Last game of the stage, and it's gone down the drain.
You know what? I think it was the Onami game that really sent me. It really just caught me off. Oh, those are gnarly canisters. But the big question is, where do you shoot them from? Like, all good and well, but like, what do you have to really set them off?
Yeah, I guess maybe you have to impact them.
Because you
They
can
think
see
the
for
angle's
them,
tricky.
right?
Yeah.
But like, yeah, that's wild. That is wild. I'm keen to see whether they're actually used, so keep an eye on them toward the end of this round. If those canisters come into play at the backside, that will be absolutely disgusting. Keep it professional as we can. We get underway for the 6th round now.
Come on, mate.
Oh, OJ, you're a scumbag.
These are some OG strats. Trying to block out any projectiles from the drone hole. Don't mind that.
Just gonna stand up for a little bit here, guys. Don't mind me.
Don't let me stop.
Please don't. I actually have a full cramp in my rib right now, and I'm sure that Wildcard do too. Staring down the barrel at a 5-1 first half for Team Bliss. They have been near but flawless, honestly. They have been fantastic. They could well do some serious damage to the Wildcard storyline if they're able to convert this. I actually can't wait to talk to Oda afterwards.
Balling it that early.
Well, I can already hear the trash talk. I can already hear it starting.
Oh my God.
And I'm telling you, the man's on tonight, guys. He's on something else.
Yeah. Jeez. Must have got extra salt on his chips or something because he's ready to go. 8-1. Shade from up above, the yellow ping into Con. Thought maybe he'd be on for a pick, but not meant to be. Halfway through the round now. Wildcard on the back foot. Milo fortunately falls on the flank. Fisho all too clued on. 5 versus 3. Bliss so close to a 5-1 half. This has been such a performance.
And it has. The thermic charge now opening up Snowmobile. We've talked about it before, talk about it again. Really, you want to be getting that done as soon as you possibly can, 30 seconds, and then you can start to put pressure like that. It allows you to essentially force players into the actual site itself, into wine cell, because you can't really play around blue anymore. There's no way for you to rotate in and out. And there are far too many places for you to try and contest. Repix through the drone hole. No, that's not how you want to close out the half of your wild card. 5-1. Oda is steaming ahead with Team Bliss at the moment.
Well, Bliss are making a statement on the hunt for that second position in the first stage of OCN. Again, if they win this match in regulation, they will jump ahead of wildcard. I've got to say, that has been one of the more dominant halves we have seen. Not quite as dominant as the last game, which was 6-0, but not too far off. And wildcard putting up much more of a resistance than Onami did in that match, but it's not quite having it across the line. Bliss, Repix and Oda in particular really activating. Shade as well. I don't know where he's gotten these 10 kills from. I feel like I haven't remembered any of them.
Yeah.
But he's just been chipping away.
I feel like Shade has always been the one on this roster that's just kind of like sat in the background and hasn't been, you know, talked about in terms of the spotlight, because last year, obviously, you had the gunners in Repix and Jigsaw that everyone wanted to talk about. They were the names on the tip of everyone's tongue. You could not say a sentence about Bliss without incorporating at least one of them. And then we came into this year and, you know, questions were asked about Repix. What was he going to be able to do? Was he going to be able to perform in the same way that we saw him do in 21? And what were God, Legion, and Fish Show going to be like? What was this pickup really going to show us? And truth be told, Shade kind of slipped under the radar in our conversations many a times. He's always been a very consistent factor for Bliss, so definitely can't fault him. And like you said, you know, he's got 10 kills, but it's been hard to notice where they've come from, to be perfectly honest.
Been a little bit like that. Can wildcard flip this though? There's every chance that if they play as well as Bliss, they can voluntarily put the result around. At minimum push OT and secure in that second place.
A bomb has been located.
Looks Solo is going to be push of choice, much like Bliss. Who synced in. Root's not yet on the ground, but OJ leads the charge, takes out the default, dodges a couple bullets, and pushes down the stairs. Just need to be careful. OJ gets Fish, gets Repix as well. 3 on 5.
Jesus. OJ Tings, man. 1 kill in 6 rounds, then 2 kills in 1. Probably go even more than this at the moment. A lot of pings coming out at the moment. The bathtub is keeping the only member in bathroom alive. People spotted out. That could have had a pretty decent impact. There we go. Now we're starting to spot players through the vertical.
Oh, hello.
Shade finds it and backs away as well. That is not ideal. Bliss thought that they had it hook, line, and sinker. And they're just bleeding players. Oh!
Vinny able to outsmart Shade. A nice little ricochet off the roof. Now with a minute to go, wildcard to close out the round on side. Oda's still alive though. Can't discount his impact. Vinny down below, hitting the chassis. That's not going to find the kill, but Kyra with the F2 will. God Legion now in the 1 versus 4.
He wins this.
No, he doesn't. Kyra with the pistol.
Does not. Attacker sided Chalet, we said it. And then when you consider the bans as well, you've taken out like 2 of the most impactful operators that you can have on any given map, let alone Chalet, Smoke, and Jaeger. So what was already a skewed attacker-sided map in terms of OS and APAC South has now turned into a fully fledged, near impossible task on the defense. The lack of that late round denial and the early round util dump seems to be causing quite the issue here. You know, just easy example there. If you have one ADS device, if you have a handful of magnets, you could probably burn more than half the round sitting in that tub. It's not to be. Jade picking up the Thorn. Really quite interested to see the impact that she's had. It's kind of just been I don't know. Don't want to say hit and miss, but it does feel like it comes and goes with waves.
Yeah, it's been a little bit like that. In terms of impactful operators, I'm keen to look at the Nook again for this round. It's been repicked by Cairo. We've seen those lurks have a limited impact, at least for Bliss. And I think for a couple of there's bulletproof available as well that are countered by Cairo. Outside of that as well, I mean, it's a relatively aggressive clear. The Jackal as well, the Dockerby, the Aid. So, I mean, based off that, you'd expect Wildcard to go for the map sweep. They'll be up against some pretty stiff competition though. Oda in particular, he's floating around. I've seen so far, he has been super, super gnarly.
Can do the damage when it's given to him as an opportunity, so don't really want to give him that opportunity. Waiting for next moment in time. Well, once again, Michael Guzgurry has continued to cast a curse everything that he mentions in a round or a game.
What did I do this time?
Oh, look who's off the board first.
Yep. So what you're saying is if I want this game to finish faster, then I'm going to say that Wildcard is a remarkable comeback. Yeah. Maybe. And OJ gets this kill. No way.
See?
There's no way that actually worked. He actually should have got that kill. What the hell? Oda, what the hell? There's no way he actually wins that. Now Milo's going to get taken down as well. Oh my word. Oda, 10-2. The man's on the juice.
He is. I don't know what juice he's on, but I want a taste of it. I tell you what. Start playing like that. You're going to do some serious damage. A 2 versus 5 now. Wildcard, all but a vault is really the only thing that they can play for here. It's near impossible to play off anything else. And this is the advantage, I guess, if there's no smoke player. You've got to go for a C4, to which could be watched by Vinny if he could get in there. Hang on, where did Vinny just fall? Where did Vinny just fall? What?
Well, he picks himself back up.
Okay.
But yeah, it's 1 versus 5. Likely a flawless round here for Bliss. The map clear, not working out.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, a bit of damage.
Well, one of them was both jump out again. Give him an opportunity. Take your time. Have a bit of a chat, because guess what? It is match point for Bliss. 6-2. And once again, Michael Guzgurry is ruining games.
I tell you what, I genuinely got some pretty angry Reddit comments directed at me for allegedly actually cursing games. It's like, guys, it's not actually.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't ruin the game for everyone. Like, like, you know, like...
How did, like, seriously, how did Oda actually win that fight? Like, what?
I don't know.
He's actually cracked. He's absolutely cracked.
Yeah.
Are we interviewing him? We are, yeah.
I would imagine. I'll go back and have a look, because Mr. Brendan Argino has told us.
I want to ask him if he got extra salt on his chips today.
He did.
He didn't post a picture of his. He didn't post a picture of his pre-game Kentucky Fried Chicken. So maybe he didn't actually do it, because I know sometimes he does post it.
Does he have the Dirty Bird 21 days a year? Does he?
Probably.
I don't
think even I could stomach that. I don't think even I could stomach that.
Here we go. Here we go, mate. Every time we rock up at over in the old Sydney. Oh, I might feel like some Dirty Bird.
Yeah, it tends to be my go-to, unfortunately.
Disgusting.
6-2. It's been a pretty disgusting game from Bliss, honestly. This does not feel like second versus third. And in fact, it certainly doesn't feel like third is beating second. But in reality, that's the case. Bliss playing well. Oh, Repix, no. No, don't jump. Oh! Oh! I don't think either player was ADS'd. Oh well. Hang on, mate.
Vinny has been allowed into the library, though. One contesting that entrance. with Cairo out on the piano, that's going to allow Vinny to push all the way across now. How do Team Bliss respond on the defense? Can they find the opening pick? Molo's been taken low. Cairo lucky not to get a haircut there, but Milo catches him through the wall and the rotate out. Doesn't get much better than that. Team Bliss, the man down, and it is Shade, who has been an absolute beast so far this game. God, Godlegious been quiet, hasn't he?
A little bit. I mean, the spotlight has been stolen by others, so you don't really need to see him do all that much. He's just had a bit of a cruisy Friday night. Cairo to drop over towards Kitchen. You see players being tracked down below inside of basement. Wildcard look to establish their attack down through West Main. OJ as well. Do a bit of work on the vert through Fireplace. Be a kill. No, you didn't see him.
Oh, no.
The debris. A nitro response from Fish, but that won't find him.
No, it won't. Must have wasted a fair bit of Wildcard's time, but I mean, when you think about how much Wildcard have been able to achieve in this short time, still got two mighty big effing holes to blow. So there's one. Milo with a second in the round, taking down Oda. He is now a demon on the sticks. He has now embodied Shade and Oda together. We combined 21 kills. Cairo finds another. Wildcard steamrolling out of control here.
Looks like this match is going to go on for a little while longer. Milo can't quite collect that one, and now time starts to become not a major issue, but it could be one. Oh, as I say that though, Cairo for one. Repix cleans up over towards blue. He's good for one, but he needs to find 3 more. 15 seconds that he needs to still hold out for. Gets the second. He's one shot. He's on for the ace. Can he deny the plant? OJ elects to stick. The answer, no, but he gets the kill onto Molosca. It's a quad kill for Repix, but OJ, he trades. Wildcard, stay alive.
Just so you know, that would have been yet another caster curse from Mr. Michael Guzgari.
It really would have been.
That was gnarly. That was, I mean, Wildcard kind of just throwing bodies at him at the end there. A close one, no doubt. Wildcard get just a little bit of a breather there, but I mean, it was a 2 versus 4. It was a 1 versus 4. Unable to convert that, and well, you know that we're going to be talking a bit of trash on you, so good to see it's all converted. As Bliss now head over to Kitchen and Dining, which, again, to reiterate, top floor control, that is going to be all mightily important. And judging by the lineup that we've got here, Castle and all, they will put a heavy emphasis toward holding this.
Question now is how long can Wildcard survive? Dangling from the edge of the cliff. So I think Oda's just loosening that grip slowly.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Wasn't a bad little comeback there though. Round number 9. Go back towards Kitchen though for the 10th, and Bliss electing roam up above. Castle back in play. Don't mind that. Quite a strong combo. Repix being given a license to frag Thorn. Razor Blooms can have a little bit of an impact, but it's more so that gunplay and the shield that's going to offer value. Bliss Wildcard, meanwhile, in response, it looks like they're going to launch their attack over towards Library. No direct pressure necessary from Bliss, but Gold Legion, who's been struggling to find kills, looters around a little bit, waste some time.
Time wasting indeed. Cairo. Quick 1-2 punch yet again on these opening kills are definitely starting to swing the way of Wildcard quite heavily. I think Bliss need to be a little bit cautious. That is Repix of all players to 13 and 8 putting up quite the numbers. Opening stats to boot as well. They getting up close and personal. Have to contest with a decent long line from Piano. I actually believe there's 2 players in there. There is indeed. Cairo just trying to stop any kind of swing from the single door or bathroom. I like this upstairs, though. It's really forcing Wildcard to make that decision early.
X-Kairos from Pat, looking to open up an entrance to site. God Legion, taken down. Shade, taken
Cairo.
down. It's a 2v5. Kairo's just pushed straight forward, and now Fisher on the 1 versus 5. Falling apart a little bit here for Bliss. They're in tatters, and Wildcard looking to capitalize. A flawless round, a flawless attack, and this match extends for at least one more round.
Cairo for 3 kills, as quick as that, finds the opening, doubles down soon after, and then whips out the sidearm for the 3rd. This is the kind of things you just can't teach. It's innate. It's innately alpha, you know? Love the work. And now we head down gaming once again. This is where things fell apart for Wildcard. It was a very convincing round from Bliss. But this really should be where the end of the road is.
I think so, but it seems like Wildcard are just hanging in there. Just doing enough. Survive. See if Bliss are able to just close this one out, like in that 2nd place, and
5 seconds remaining.
hungry for maybe even title of OCS. Alan Shirley in with a shot.
Kind of crazy to consider how close Wildcard are making this game when you look at the scoreline of 3 of the players on Bliss. Certainly been an MLG highlight reel of sorts for Bliss. Or one to forget for some of the Wildcard members, but this is where things start to flip around on its head. This is where we can get interesting. This is where we enjoy our time, guys.
You
Just
might
sit
be.
back. Well, I do. I just enjoy life. You know? It's been said.
Happy.
I'm an enjoyer of life, a life enjoyer.
Bad from Wildcard so far. Decent groundwork and time management. Are now able to enter in Snowmobile. Bit of barbed wire in his way to potentially relay his position, defense, and lines of sight above. Salma though from OJ. Backstop impact trick. Responded to from Bliss. Quite an awkward little mini game, but it's Bliss winning out at the moment.
Where did that impact come from?
Isn't it?
How was it through the floor? Was it?
Yeah.
I just had absolutely no idea.
I would expect my color commentator to know that. But.
I mean, calling me your color commentator is quite rich. Can we just go up 1 floor, Mandy, on that on the mez just for 2 seconds?
There you go. Would have been Oda.
Just wanted to check that out. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate that.
All good. I could still be wrong. No, my luck, I'm probably wrong.
Well,
anyway.
I would expect a good color commentator to know that. So.
Well, that's not me. 60 seconds remain. Wildcard. I feel like they're struggling to get their teeth a little bit in towards this attack. Bliss is relatively comfy. Wildcard will now send at least 1 or 2 up above. That library corner position, though, still being held. Are they able to clear out this position? Nitro
Oh, yes, do it.
Fish. Throw it.
Oh,
Throw it. There we
do
go.
it. No, it's on the window.
Oh, half HP to Vinny.
It got caught, guys. That could have been devastating if he'd actually managed to get it through the window itself. But Team Bliss, all things considered, look how much time they've wasted. Look at what Wildcards still have in front of them. Repix and Oda, where are you? You're going to have to come over and help because it's go time.
Oh, there's one of them. Oh, it's Oda for both. Pat forced to vault. The Razor Bloom could cause issues. There's so much damage going both ways, but Team Bliss still with the advantage. But it's only for a moment. A 2 versus 2. Cairo for the plant. Vinny to cover. Bliss. Then they get back towards site. Oda for 3. Now Cairo can't get back outside, and he gets taken down. Repix and Oda. What a duo. And what a game from Team Bliss. A 7-4 victory to finish 2nd in the 2nd stage of the Oceanic National.
just what we'd hoped for them coming into Stage 1 of 2022. They may have missed out on APAC South for this year, but I tell you what, they can still make waves in OCN. They've done just that, finishing second. A solid performance from the new roster.
Fish looks pretty happy.
Yeah.
Giving that the big thumbs up.
Pretty crazy to see him happy. 2 losses to their name and 5 wins. That is a scoreline that I'm sure they will be very proud of, and a scoreboard to be proud of as well. 7-4. Turtle. I mean, Bliss have kind of put on a bit of a display there. It did look like Wildcard was slowly bringing that back on the attack, but ultimately 5-1 first half was just too much to deal with.
I mean, honestly, yeah, I was getting a bit worried there for, you know, Bliss, the 5-1 half, then they were starting to slow it down, losing momentum, and Wildcard was catching up, looking stronger and stronger, but eventually they just managed to close it out, get those last 2 rounds, and hey, here we are.
Here we are. That's a good way of putting it. It's pretty simple. I don't really think that I can overcomplicate that one, guys. I think, you know, overall, when we look at Wildcard season, we look at Bliss's season, Bliss have had a lot more to fight for in OCN. There's no doubt about it. Finishing second is a huge tick to their name for them. A really impressive tick at that. Also, I want to note, Odium have actually jumped into third, which means, I think, Wildcard fall to fourth and Chiefs stay in fifth. I'd have to have a look again at how that all panned out. But regardless, are we kind of looking at Wildcard hoping for a better stage 2? Are we impressed with their stage 1?
Look, I mean, ultimately, I think it's okay. They probably would want to be at a similar level to the Knights, but they weren't quite able to achieve that. I'd give it the pass mark. I don't think it was their best ever stage of OCN and probably wasn't surpassing their own expectations, but it was also okay. You know, like they're not going to be sitting back and going, wow, we absolutely threw this stage. They've improved upon their results last year, so I don't think they'll be too upset.
No, Oda was on something else today, I'll tell you what. He popped off. He had a bit of fun, there's no doubt about it. Repix and Oda were going head to head. I think because of that team kill, Oda actually dropped to 13, but he was certainly in there. Whoa, +3 on the entry from Oda. That is not bad at all. What I find surprising is I feel like Cairo had a couple of entry frags, but obviously not enough to even contend with the entry deaths. I guess that's just how the cookie crumbles. Wildcard here. Turtle, what are your thoughts? I mean, do we expect more from Wildcard in this match, or is this just Bliss domination on Chalet?
I think it's a bit of Bliss domination on Chalet. I think it's the wrong map pick, but if I'm Wildcard, I'm honestly not upset with this stage so far. They came in, they've had a lot better year than last year, and they look so much better as a team already. I think they've already improved since the end of APAC South, and if they keep this going, heading into OCS and Stage 2, we could see potentially, you know, team rivaling Chiefs, team rivaling Knights.
Oh, that's interesting. That could be a bit. There you go. I like that. It's time to chat with a bloke that eats gourmet KFC on a plate with a knife and fork. Oda, good to see you smiling, mate. Great victory today. I got to ask you, what were you on? You were actually popping off today. I think you surprised all of us, including yourself.
Yeah, look, I've never felt more confident going into a match. I'm gonna be honest. Like everything today.
You have your pre-game ritual? Did you have the dirty burger on the plate?
I changed it up a bit, mate. I had a pizza today.
Oh, maybe that's the secret.
Did you put it on the plate?
It was indeed on the plate, mate.
Oh, jeez, you're just too good.
I guess I want to get a bit of like, I don't know, review of your season. Like, do you reckon this has been a successful season for you guys, especially like after making these 2 changes?
100%. Like, obviously at the start it was a bit rough, but you expect that from having like a new roster and stuff. And I think we've done a lot to, you know, make these last few games very like more dominant, and just like we showed what we can do really.
I guess just continuing on from that, it's probably fair to say at this point you're very close to locking in a position for relegations next year. How do you think you actually do stack up against some of the teams from APAC South at the moment?
I mean, if you look at the bottom teams at South, there's what, Fury, who were just like lost the plot. There's Wildcard, who, you know, we just proved we just beat. And even like Renatus, you know, they're a strong team. I still reckon we should have beat them last year, but, you know, lost to BF3, Guz. Yeah, this year, you know, I think we'll be more prepared, to be honest.
Oda, you're an absolute treat, mate. Look, we'll give you the floor here. Don't want to hold you for too much longer. You can't have a game like that and stay on the interview desk for too long. Any final comments before we let you go?
Shout out to the boys. Shout out Penguino, mate. And just thanks for the cast today.
No worries, mate. It's absolutely our pleasure. We'll see you on OCS next week.
Yeah, boys.
Second overall, there's absolutely nothing you can scoff at for Bliss, especially after the controversy that was the promo relegations into APAC South. You heard it there. They should have won against what was the Renatus roster back then, Guz. There were a lot of questions asked. Do we think the Bliss would have stood a chance going into APAC South more so than Renatus? So you like, do you still think that that's the storyline?
Oh, it's a different squad, so I don't know. I just wanted to get his thoughts. I don't. It's so hard to say. Like even answering my own question, where I think Bliss actually do stack up against some of the APAC South talents. I think they'd probably give them a really good run for their money. But as he sort of said, I think they still need some more time and a bit more experience under their belt as that 5-stack individually. Plenty of their players have a lot of experience now at this point, especially their new inclusion, Fish and God Legion. So yeah, they should be able to just take the next few months, the next stage, to really solidify that off the back of such a strong first stage. Again, they're not 100% confirmed to make the relegations, but I mean, they basically are. So they can not cruise necessarily in that second stage, but use it as that opportunity to really build into the relegation.
Well, let's have a look at the results from today as we talk about a little bit more of the implications of what all this means. Chiefs with a 7-3 victory over Ground Zero, to which Knights responded 7-5 on Theme Park. That was a bit of a could have gone to Vertex kind of game, Turtle. I think that I actually think Knights were lucky that Vertex didn't end up coming back in that.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I was a bit worried for Knights there, but you know, if anything, Vertex are consistent, Lewis, with those 7-5s.
That they are. That 4-5 of them this year. Well, I mean, yeah, it is this year. Literally one stage of 7 games, there were 5 7-5s. It's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Guys, would you like to break down for the audience at home the incredible game that was the Odium Anami? I know it says 7-0, but I don't think that truly tells the story of how close this David versus Goliath battle really was.
To answer your question, Rob, no, I do not want to do that. So let's move on.
We certainly can on the predictions. See how things have ended up. I think we forfeited Vast's.
Yeah, it doesn't count.
Yeah, it doesn't count. So he's gone 22.
Equal first for what, 4 of us?
Yeah.
5 of us.
He sticks down at 8. Oh my god, yeah. Hang on a second. Turtle. What?
I'm gonna be honest, I thought it was like golf, like you want less points, right?
The kiss of death.
Yeah, it certainly bloody is. I'll tell you what an interesting night it has been. Oh, that wild card really did, that stuffed me up a little bit. Let's have a look at our MVP of the night. It's the new gunner, it's the young gunner, it's Quiz from the Knights. Good to see that the Knights are truly coming into this well-rounded roster. Turtle, would love to hear your opinion on this. But Quiz has actually been, I think many questioned it, but Quiz has been probably one of the more phenomenal pickups that we've seen so far in 2022.
I think he started out really slow, and like that could have been due to like a bit of nerves, bit of pressure coming into such a big team as Knights. But as the season went on, he definitely found his own. He definitely got his confidence and started playing off his team a lot more. And now he's definitely standing out as one of those, like, you know, those names up there, like you'd put it up there with Worthy, Jigsaw, God Legion, one of those players.
Would you? Oh, really? Oh my word!
I
guys,
think I
guys, whoa! Hey, what are you doing there, guys?
Well, look, the numbers don't lie. In APAC South, he is the lowest rated player for the Knights, but I would totally agree with the sentiment that he is improving, and you wouldn't expect him to just jump into a squad like the Knights with all the pressure, all the expectation surrounding them to, you know, absolutely pop off. So obviously tonight is an insight as to when Quiz is playing really well, just how impactful he can be. And he's really strong individually, and the more experience he gets with the team, as Juicy alluded to as well, the better this team as a whole is going to get, and Quiz is going to be elevated into stronger positions. So deserved of the MVP tonight, but still has a lot to prove, and I'm keen to see him continue to develop.
I just want to loop around to the Odium conversation a little bit here, Turtle, because I think that they have kind of, to their own credit, come into this stage losing their one of their best players and I mean, I don't know whether people would consider Elements to have been one of their best players, but he was definitely a hallmark of Overt, what was then Overt. How do you think that they have gone now that we've seen the final conclusion to their 7th match?
I mean, to be honest, like when they joined in and they brought on Shaq and Logic, it was a bit everything's up in the air. No one really knows much about Shaq and Logic nowadays. Like they're not names you think of, and they're coming in from OCL, no OCN experience for Logic, and it's been a couple years since Shaq was in the top flight, and they've come out here and they're just shown that these guys, they're here to play. They're not here to mess around.
Yeah.
And they're showing they are a top 3 team at the moment.
Right, well, it's time to crown our victors. Let's have a look at the standings for Stage 1 of OCN. Out on top with only one loss to their name. It is the Knights. They are your crowning champions for Stage 1 of 2022, and well-deserved. Really, really want to kind of reiterate the performance that they have had throughout this year. Turmoil goes after Stage 2 of last year, where they were on the highest of highs to the lowest of lows in Stage 3. I think that it's really important for them and for the OCE community that their storyline comes back.
Yeah, really well done by the Knights. I think there was definitely a point last year where it was sort of breaking point, really, and I think that's probably what initiated some of the roster changes, and they've been for the better, which is awesome. They've been able to recover. In terms of making our way down the standings, though, I made the mistake of doing math on broadcast, of course, and Odium do, in fact, actually jump above Blue. So 2nd place for them. That's huge. That's enormous. That is a big boost for them. And it means that alongside Bliss, those two are really now super far ahead of Ground Zero and below. Again, if you want to continue on that storyline of APAC relegations, the points you accumulate here from OCN carry across year. And if you have a huge head start like that, it's going to be tricky to see those teams down the bottom really recover and bounce back for their shot at the top 2 of the teams that aren't already in the league.
What's crazy is if you actually take into consideration, I think we've said it a couple of times, if Vertex were able to push to OT, and even if they lost in OT of all their 7-5s, they would be on 10 points, only 2 shy of Chiefs. So very quickly, the whole discussion can turn around. But I do think at the end of the day, we do have a very clear top 5, Turtle, and we have 3 teams that are kind of, or 2 teams that are vying for, that mid-pack, and then for whatever reason, Onami have just not been able to compete. You think maybe if Kraken are able to maybe either crack the whip on them or push themselves into OCN, that we might see 3 teams contending the mid-pack?
I mean, to be honest, at this point, I don't know what to expect from OCL teams. We've got ODM who come in here and they're placing 3rd, and we've got, Vertex and Ground Zero who have shown they can contest, but still sitting at this lower half of the table.
Well, Guz, very quickly, you know what? I was gonna ask for your final thoughts, but I know you hate doing them. So what we're gonna do instead is we're actually gonna talk about OCS, which is next weekend. This is a really important hallmark for Stage 1. This kind of concludes what has been a bit of a, I would say, up and down first stage. We've had teams performing well, we've had teams falling off. This is the opportunity for us to get every team in OCN and OCL together for a 16-team format. It's very short though. We've only got 2 days to get through it. It's next Saturday and next Sunday. $10,000 is the prize pool. Now I want to make sure I look at this so I get this right. It starts at 1 p.m. on Saturday, so 1 p.m. AEST, Sydney or Melbourne time. The first 2 rounds are best of ones, so there's no room for mistakes. There's no room for errors whatsoever. Then, of course, when we get to the semi-finals and the grand finals, it kind of turns into best of 3s, best of 5s. In amongst the Sunday game, which will be the grand final, we will also see the promo relegations, which is incredibly important. Just talking about then, Onami will be taking on Kraken. I believe that's 100% confirmed. So that will be a big matchup that will be played at the start of Sunday. So make sure you wipe whatever you're doing. If you had like an anniversary with your wife, with your husband, absolutely knock that off the cards. Don't even worry. Birthday, just lock yourself in for the weekend because we've got plenty of action coming your way. Turtle, this is your first stage on OCN. I'm going to ask you, how have you felt like you've gone?
Honestly, been some ups and downs, but overall pretty solid experience. Avoided Xenox for most of it, so it was a good stage. Great stage, honestly.
You have, actually. You have. And you know what? Not very often can many people avoid Xenox. He's quite the big bloody head, that bloke. Guz, I know you don't like final comments, but just something to wrap up Stage 1.
Yeah, it's been a pretty eventful stage of OCN, typically tends to be, and I'm super excited, I think, for next week, and it's the first time we're going to see some proper competition, really, mid-year against OCN and OCL. So, keen to see how the teams stack up. No doubt going to be a couple of long days, but a lot of action, so it should be fun.
It certainly will be. Until then, though, thank you very much for joining us. It's been a pleasure to run you through Stage 1 of OCN. OCS is next weekend, starting Saturday at 1 PM AEST, so make sure you go ahead and put that one in the calendar. However, we're going to sign off on the desk of OCN. Until next time, take care, stay safe, good night.
Swing, hits, bounce, you get what you mean, 9, 3 versus 3, boy, he lifts the wall back. Does have a foothold inside of the objective, and he needs to cover the plan. Ethan crosses over towards that box position to commit. Wedderwood just pushes down long, shoots the sledge in the back of the head, makes it 2, and Ground Zero responds on basement, trying to maybe into off the main wall. Prepared to do that.
Oh, he gets a freebie!
No! Oh! Put it up on a tee and knock it home. Oh!
In office, forced aggressive over towards bathroom, still hits the shot. Josh now. Can he remain composed? We're in red time. The Nitro will win the round if it lands, but it doesn't.
What? And Quiz still holding up above is just going to make Vertex's job really impossible. Oh my god. Oh my god! Quiz! He's unbelievable!
Well,
if
they're
they do
tripling
it,
down.
they need to, yeah.
Here we go. Jake Henner though, gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. Oh my god, Jake Henner. The UMP 4-3.
That's some pretty gnarly things, but this is not near impossible! Oh no! Cairo, don't do it to him! He's going to be able to find a train! How does Fisher get in there? Oh my god!
Digital hazard fuse, I don't know if he'll be able to get in towards the site, but even at a man disadvantage, the Chiefs have really put themselves in a good spot here.
You know it's Jim Bentley, mate.
Oh. Hey. Hey, I'm play-by-play tonight. I'm allowed to make those mistakes. Bouncing, gets that pick. You are the king of plugs.
It's been said, small plugs, big plugs. I can fit them all in.
Yep, has been said. It has indeed been said. Oh boy. Oh! Thank for OCN.
The Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife safeguards our wilderness now and for the future. Our bushlands, our mountains, our valleys, our rivers are our responsibility. Whether you're just discovering the world or have built rich memories within it. Together we are one generation, and what we conserve today will be there for those tomorrow. There is no bigger legacy than the planet we share. Donate now.
Hey guys, it's Joshua from Banks Arcade. Wanted to let you know that we are teaming up with OCN International for our new song, Chosen. It is out now, and you can stream it on Spotify or any other streaming platform that you use.